Welcome everybody to a rainy Park City, Utah. We are live at the 2016 Psicobloc Masters poolside here at the Spence Eckley's Olympic Freestyle Pool. And as you can see, we are under, unfortunately, a rain delay. It hasn't rained for weeks here. And now we're standing here poolside. Brian Reynolds and Chris Widener here. Chris, it was very nice all day, perfect conditions for climbing, and then 10 minutes to go.
That's right, Brian. It has been a beautiful day. We thought we were going to have some rain earlier this afternoon. We somehow managed to cheat that, and then moments before starting time, it started to drizzle, and now it's fully raining. The entire crowd here either has umbrellas out or they're under cover, which is slightly crowded now. But hey, the music's going, the beer's flowing, people are having a good time, and the competitors are warmed up and ready, and we will definitely get you live with some action as soon as they can start the comp.
That's right, Chris. We're going to hang tight here. Hope this weather passes through, let things dry out for a little bit, and bring you what should be an exciting competition. It's been really great the last 3 years. This year should be no exception. 16 women and 16 men dueling it out here over the Psicobloc pool. It should be exciting.
Always an exciting show here at Psicobloc Masters.
All right, hang tight, everybody out there. We'll be back with updates as the weather situation hopefully improves here.
That's right. Fingers crossed.
surrounding.
Yeah, that's a killer moment to take a look at where we are. What a beautiful venue for this competition. We're not boiling down at 100 degrees in the city, catching some cool mountain temps up here in Park City.
So, slacklining mainly originated in Yosemite, in Yosemite National Park, and it's become really, really popular over the last decade. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a guy, a girl, whether you're old or young, anyone can try this. And if you haven't done it before, now's your chance. If you're inspired by watching Ryan, you can go into the mountain hardware tent by the entrance, and there's 2 slack lines in there. So yeah, if you fancy trying out your hand or your feet, should I say, that's where you can go. Really impressive. Hey, so the route setters have nearly finished drying off the top wall.
Well, looking good. Competitors are warming up. Everybody's charging up their batteries for what's to come.
So you might be able to see some of the competitors chilling out, or should I say warm in the hot tub. You might notice that their hands are outside of the water. And the reason for that is because when your hands get wet, they get really soft, and you're more likely to slip off the holes if you've got very soft skin. So they're sitting in the hot tub with their arms up above the water level, just so that they can get wet.
Yeah, friction is the name of the game in this climbing world, right? So adding that element where your shoes are getting wet, chalk bags are getting wet, hands are getting wet, splashdowns are getting the walls wet. I cannot express to you how much of an element that adds to this competition. Psicobloc Masters 2016, it's always going to be a show.
Wow, Ryan's walked up 250 feet on an inch-wide piece of webbing. So impressive.
Traversi, a competitor. Stoic response. We both look at the wall and looks at me and goes, looks wet, dude. So they know, all these climbers know how important friction is, chasing those good conditions. But that's how it is at Psicobloc Masters, right? You don't choose the conditions, it just is what it is. Everybody's got a fair shot at it. You run and go.
Ryan's getting pretty close to the end. Pretty hearing for Ryan. Come on.
All right, as promised, I went ahead and wrangled up myself a t-shirt cannon man. You guys, this crowd has been so impressive. They've been so impressive already. We're going to Utah Olympic Park for giving us a place to do it. You guys want a t-shirt in the end or not? Woo! Alright, you can't hear so well in here. Sweet. Oh! Whoa! Cascading t-shirts. A twofer. We got twofer of that. One more. We got one more shirt. And we're going back. If you guys are rocking it. That's the thing. Otherwise, I can get it over here. Can we give it up for world-class artists coming from around the world to run these routes, you guys? Give it up for Danny, Miguel, Steven, let's give it up, come on! Not only do they set the route and maintain the route and dry the holes. Carlos is staring at the wall. He's never been to realize maybe I'm going to hold, but definitely not going to make it work. Look at our little lifeguards. You guys see our two lifeguards out in the water currently? They seem to just hold down the fort for us. I'm not great with names, but I think it's Carl and Spinard out there. All right, we have our terrific sponsors, a good friend of mine, the folks over at Hippie Tree. They set up a booth up there in the back, and they said that they are super impressed with this crowd. What they want to do, everybody look back at Hippie Tree. What they want to do is throw you slack, but they really want to know to steer away. They really want to know to steer away from the Psicobloc Masters 2016. They're big. You guys can get out there. Come on, let's go. Those athletes are like sound-seeking missiles. If you get it out, you get it out. If you get it out, you get it show. This comp depends on you guys. This is all for you guys here. Minus that sweet $20,000 cash purse going home to the athletes. Come on, guys, the tree's still doing it. These guys are not boxes. But I said, I was a guy, I said, hey, we're not just giving them out, right? If the crowd's into it, let's give them all out. If they're not, we're only. All right, hit the tree. Oh, whoa, this guy's going out. Let's give it up for Hit the Tree, great sponsor. Along with Mountain Hardware, believes in our vision, helping us support, making this comp next level, international festival level. They're doing this comp over in Milano. got work with the higher up. 7:45 is our projected start time. A few minutes out. Feel free to charge the batteries. Get your drinks ready. Once this starts, it's not stopping. Light your tanks. Whatever you gotta do so you can target, get into this show. You know what's happening. The competitors know what's going on. You can start to see them warming up. Got a bunch of homies hanging out at art spas, hot tub over there. We like to throw a party for everybody.
So we're looking at about a 10-minute countdown. We're going to give the girls 10 minutes to warm up, and then we're going to set this thing on fire.
Starting to dry up at this killer venue provided by Utah Olympic Park. Then the golf facility available to us. Give us all this awesome staff, help keep everybody safe.
Hey, so we've got one of the founders of the competition. Mike, how are you feeling right now?
Well, I really hope the rain stays away. We got to the last event until 4, and we're hoping to actually come up 4 of it with no rain. So it looks good on the radar, so we're hoping it's going to go.
So how long has it taken to prepare for this event?
We start planning a few months in advance. A lot of this is from last year's experience. First year was rough. We learned a lot the first year. It's getting better every year.
I think last year, I remember watching that live on the internet when the thunderstorm came over. I'm talking, for any of you that weren't here, it wasn't even raining, it was absolutely torrential pouring rain. So yeah, the sun is coming out and it's drying off. And I think we're in for the show. So are you excited?
Yeah. Maybe a few of us really strong, and Hojer won last summer, and he's back to take it here. So
You've got a lot of people that are helping you out as volunteers, is that right?
yeah, there's a lot of locals that are going to help us out. We couldn't do this event without them, so there's some volunteers.
Hey, let's hear it for the volunteers. Yeah. So the girls are warming up on the treadmill wall and also the revolving bars. The thing about competition climbing is that if you go off the route without warming up properly, you get a flash pump. Whether you're outside climbing or whether you're in a competition, it's quite similar. So you're trying to get yourself to this point where your muscles are warm, you've got a little bit of lactic acid, you're recruiting, like your muscle fibers are all firing at the same time. But you don't want to tire yourself out. For me personally, it takes about 30 to 40 minutes to warm up and get ready so that I can work at my best. So the climbers here, they're gonna have a routine and they'll have a system that works for them. And of course, everyone's different, and they'll be going through that right now, trying to get the right temperature and get everything working at top dollar.
We got so many awesome international competitors. We're definitely challenging our pronunciation. Got such cool last names as Bartschi, Hollowach, Hojer, Jimreivat.
Does he like clubbing? Does he like clubbing? Jimreivat.
Oh, Jimreivat. No, it's Jules Jimreivat.
Just kidding.
But yeah, she likes pop. You guys know how much money's on tonight? 20,000 clams, bones, buckaroos, whatever you want to call them. Greenbacks.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Is that going to be a little for you when taking to Mallorca?
I think there might be a few people that are going to do that.
Yeah.
How does the breakdown of money work? We'll find that out later. Hey, so I love the design of this wall. Walltopia is one of the most popular wall manufacturers in the world at the moment. And climbing's going through a real evolutionary stage. Like pretty much every city in the world, certainly in the Western Hemisphere, has got a climbing wall, or sometimes 4 or 5, so that people can get into this sport so much earlier than they did when I started climbing back in the 80s. And to give you an idea of difficulty, like the guys route here is 514, so that's 8B plus if you're in Europe. And in 1983, if that route, no one had ever climbed that route, that grade before. And if the first person to do it, which was Mark Lemenestral, it took him years of preparation to try and climb one route, which is the grade of what these guys are doing on their first go. So the evolution of climbing has really gone on leaps and bounds. And yeah, it's really impressive to be able to see such strong climbers on this wall. And one thing's for sure, whenever you see people at the top of their sport, they always make it look easy, but I can assure you it really isn't.
You've been up on that wall. How easy is it?
Hey, well, okay.
Or is easy the right word?
Okay, so I climbed one of the hardest routes of my career 2 weeks ago. It was 514, and it's a route called the Path. And I went on this wall and tried the final route, and I tell you what, I can't touch it. It requires a lot of power. It's really dynamic, and the strength and the ability of the people in this crew, it's a different league.
That says something, because Tim, I hate to break it to you, but you're no slouch.
I'm no youngster either.
Speaking of which, that's like I said earlier, one of the really awesome parts about this competition is climbing is a young sport, but that being said, we got multiple generations that are up here competing. Many of them are competing against their idols. Chris Sharma. So many of these climbers have looked up to Chris Sharma their whole lives, and now they get to go over and share a pool with them. Maybe even share a spa hot tub.
I think those two ducks are getting ready for the show.
Oh, Patrick and Spinard. Spinard's the one that's always trying to take a nap.
They don't have wristbands though. Do you think they got in okay?
We might have to talk to security about this. I don't know about you, but I had to have this lanyard thing to get on. Those ducks just cruised on in. It's not fair.
Hey, conditions are getting really good now. Pretty excited for this.
Are you guys getting psyched for the 4th annual Psicobloc 2016 Mountain Hardware Competition? The Masters Competition? Are you getting psyched? Do you not remember when we gave away all that stuff just because of rain?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Utah Olympic Park and the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. Thanks for hanging with us as we get this rain delay out of the way. The crowd here in Park City is getting their energy level peaking right now. Chris Widener, we are ready to get this competition started. We're going to go down to our MC to meet our athletes in just a minute. Take it away, Ander Rockstead.
All right. Let's hear some noise from everybody. There we go. It's finally time for the 2016 Psicobloc Masters competition up here in Park City, Utah. You never know what you're going to get. We already got some rain. We got some t-shirt cans. We're all just having an absolute blast. Competitors are getting warmed up. This is all happening, right? This is the brainchild of the climbing legend, Chris Sharma. Where are you at, Chris? I think Chris is going to come out and chat with us for a little bit. So let me explain a little bit about the competition to everybody. So what we have here is we have two routes. They are identical. Same routes, two climbers. So there's two different variables here, right? High point is the most important thing. Whichever climber gets the highest, that's going to be the points that they're going to get. Now the other feature is speed. If it comes down to it, whoever gets to the top faster, okay? So this is what makes it so exciting for you. Guys want to see some people climb fast? Yeah, so do I. So it's a single elimination. You see someone fall, go into that pool, they're probably not going to get back on that wall. So this is getting really exciting. It's kind of a do or die. And there's some money on the line. There's 20,000 US dollars. That's US currency on the line.
That can pay for a lot of climbing trips.
No kidding. All right, so we had a really exciting round yesterday, qualifiers. We figured out who's who on the wall, where's everybody gonna be stacked up. So the other thing, all right, well, we're waiting on Chris. I want to go ahead and, speaking of that stacked field, I want to go through all these girl athletes, all these female athletes, these sweet gals that are going to put on a show for you guys. So we're going to go through them one by one.
Things are getting pretty tense behind the scenes.
All right, we got
here.
our legend Chris is going to come over. He's going to talk to you about how he spawned this idea, how it's come to be international event. They're doing this event in Milan as well. All right, here he comes. All right, I want you guys to all welcome Chris Sharma.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Thanks so much for being here with us tonight and being patient with the rain and everything, but we're going to go for it. So, yeah, another great year, fourth year, and so many great athletes and just an amazing event. So thanks for you all being here to make this happen.
So Chris, this is a total party. This is a total festival. Did you ever imagine that this would just pop, this idea that popped into your brain would turn into this? Look at all these people. You guys show up? Come on. We got Chris Sharma here. I mean, how did you think this is going to turn out?
I think this has been a dream come true for so many of us. And I mean, as Tim has always said, Deepwater Zone is the way forward. So it's amazing to turn it into this amazing spectator event. And yeah, we can't wait to put on a good show for you guys tonight.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Chris, for having the vision, for bringing us all together, giving us this killer event to all have fun at. All right. Trying to round up some competitors here so we can give you an intro. So the competitors really only have one way down, right? Like we got to put a couple little green rings on there to help them down climb if they want to ameliorate that fall. But if you want to see them jump from the top, which I certainly do, they usually respond pretty well to the crowd.
All right, as we get a look at the barge setup in the pool here this year, always finding new ways to ratchet up the party around the competition. But Chris Widener, tonight we're about to get started with the women's competition. 16 women, 12 invited athletes, and 4 qualifiers. What are you looking to see here with the women?
Gosh, well, I'm really excited to see the very first matchup is going to be Michaela Kierch, and she is our #1 seeded athlete. And all the seeding tonight was determined last night. So Michaela got the fastest time to the top of the wall last night. I'm really excited to see Michaela right now. How about you, man?
Yeah, Michaela looked very strong yesterday. It was a little hard to tell with the women's field, though. They were kind of cautious during the seeding round. Nobody really was, stepping on the gas on the route. We'll see how it pans out here. They're going to have to go a lot faster, a lot harder. I think we're going to see that coming up here first with Michaela Kierch. She'll be on the left, facing up against JC Hunter on the right.
Now, what's important to remember with this competition is that if both competitors get to the top, it comes down to speed. But if they don't, it's the high point. So if yesterday was any indication of how the women are going to do today, most will probably top out the wall. So the women's field may come down to a speed competition in a way.
Yeah, definitely, Chris. We saw yesterday the women's route was very doable, and we'll talk more about the men's later, but the men's route was quite a bit more difficult. Not very many men were able to do it, but for the women, quite a few of them were able to top out the route. And it hasn't changed much since yesterday, so they're going to be pretty familiar with it. They're going to be able to go really fast now that they know the moves. They know the points where they can go faster, where they have to be careful, that sort of thing. So we'll start to see some strategy come into play here as we get our round of 16 underway.
That's absolutely right.
Michaela Kierch climbing on the left out of Chicago, Illinois. 21-year-old climber, one of the best young climbers in the country, against JC Hunter, 38-year-old from Salt Lake City, climbing in her 4th Psicobloc Masters. Climbers will traverse out onto the wall over the pool. This wall is 55 feet tall over a pool that's about 16.5 feet deep. It is a long way down, especially as you get higher up on the wall. And as we talked to a lot of the competitors during seeding yesterday and before finals tonight, they don't really get used to the height of the wall. It never really gets easier. Always a little uncomfortable out there on the wall, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. You can see there in the pool they've got jets under the water that can kind of disperse the tension in the surface of the water, actually sort of lessen the fall for the climbers as they fall, especially in the middle part of the wall. See the lifeguards standing by. We saw them in action quite a bit last night, just trying to take a proactive approach to safety, making sure all the competitors are safe, able to get out of the water okay. Really appreciate them being here.
That's right. Yeah, we even have a scuba diver on site just in case. And actually an interesting tidbit, one of the female final hold apparently last night fell into the water, and it is still on the bottom of the pool. I'm curious whether they're going to utilize the scuba diver to grab that final hold, but as it is, it looks like they missed that boat, so to speak.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to go get it, that's for sure. So,
yeah.
And Chris, it's interesting to see the dynamic with the route come into play here. The women know that it's doable. They know they need to get to the top, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they play off each other. See, is my opponent going fast or slow, and how they adjust to that as the competition unfolds here.
Yeah, that's right, because basically it's just one against the other. Whoever you see on the wall, in this case Michaela Kierch and JC Hunter, they will be going head-to-head. Whoever wins this round will move on. So whoever gets the highest here, if the other competitor falls, let's say, there's no need for the other competitor who's ahead to even climb to the top of the wall because they've won that round. So it is strategy. If they want more practice on the upper part of the wall, they may choose to go to the top. But if they want to conserve their energy for the next round, which comes all too soon for these ladies, then they may just choose to jump off.
So you got a good look there at the athlete village, so to speak, over there, the warm-up area. The climbers have a tread wall and a interesting pull-up wall. You see Ben Hanna on it there. Climbers also have a hot tub to keep warm after they get out of the pool.
Man, I kind of wish I had one of those in my garage. That thing looks strange, but sure would be good.
Yeah, it looks fun.
I could use some of that training.
Sounds like we're still getting introductions of the athletes. There will be 16 women. Nice mix of familiar names, I think, for people at home, and some new faces, some younger climbers that qualified in the qualifier on Wednesday night. Always exciting to see the wild cards come out of that round. You don't really know who's going to come and show up. Last year, Charlotte DeRief showed up, came out of the qualifying round and won the entire competition for the women, so don't sleep on the qualifiers.
That's absolutely right, because this year we also have Natalie Bartschi from Switzerland, and for the men we also have her boyfriend Remo Sommer, and who knows how these people are going to compete. I mean, I can tell from their resumes they're very, very strong climbers, and I'm sure they have a very good chance at this. So yeah, who knows? Charlotte DeRief won last year for the women. Maybe Natalie Bartschi will be a dark horse. But like you mentioned, there are the old guard as well. Representing them is, of course, Angie Payne and Emily Harrington, names you've heard for a long, long time in competitions, over a decade at least.
Looks like we are about to get started. Rain delay is thankfully over, and we are about to get started with the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. Michaela Kierch and JC Hunter kicking things off. The crowd is getting excited. A packed house here at the Olympic Training Center in Park City, Utah.
And the packed house has been waiting, just like you have, for almost an hour for this to start, an extra hour. So yeah, the excitement is visceral here at Utah Olympic Park in Park City, Utah. Michaela always climbs confidently, it seems.
And Michaela's been climbing for about 14 years. Well over half of her life. She's a very decorated youth competitor. Just recently completed her hardest sport routes down the Red River Gorge. JC Hunter, also a very accomplished climber in her own right. And a mother of 4, not something most competitors here can say.
Full-time job, mother of 4, and she's happened to put up 14B outdoors. So JC Hunter, our oldest competitor, is definitely one to be reckoned with. But like I started out, Michaela her track record this year in particular has been just outstanding in competitions. She climbs confidently, smoothly. She seems to have fun with it too. That's one of the greatest qualities in Michaela. She always seems to have a smile on her face, and that's going to get her to the top of the wall. Last night, she climbed this wall effortlessly, like we're seeing right now.
And during the seating last night, JC took a pretty nasty fall, so it's good to see that she's feeling well enough to compete here. But she did not finish the route yesterday, so this is going to be new territory for her coming up here. Michaela finished the route both times during her seating round last night, so she's going to have confidence coming up into this section, just kind of measuring herself against JC right now. No, she does not have to push it too hard.
Yeah, and that's a great point, because I think at this point on, JC is on-sighting this. She has not even been on this train, whereas Michaela climbed this already twice. It looks like Michaela is just taking that strategy of waiting it out. She knows she's got plenty of time on JC, so why waste energy? Why take any risks at this point?
Michaela looking very calm, very confident right now. One move away from finishing.
And the athletes finish the route when both hands are at the top of the wall. There's no such thing as jumping and slapping the top to count. They have to get both hands controlled, just like Michaela. And there goes JC.
So Michaela Kierch going to be moving on. Great showing from JC Hunter. Once again this year, always great to see her out here. But Michaela Kierch, our #1 seed, moving on to the next round.
Yeah, and at this point for Michaela, it's actually probably not a big deal to jump from the top anymore. She's gotten some practice in the qualifying round.
I think we'll see Michaela down climb a little bit. Saw a lot of competitors do this yesterday. Takes a little bit of the sting out of jumping from this 55-foot wall. All part of the strategy. And we'll right along to our next matchup. As soon as Michaela gets out of the pool, competitors, you can see them standing by at the base of the wall. Real classic matchup here, Chris. Angie Payne against Emily Harrington.
This is going to be awesome. Both relatively slow climbers compared to modern day speed climbers, which is basically the skill set that is required to win on this. So I think it's going to be a tough one. Both of them topped out yesterday, and I don't know. I don't know what to think, actually. What do you think?
Well, this is a kind of a fun pairing. It's almost like you scripted this, but this is based on the seedings. But you know, Angie, obviously a well-known boulderer. This is definitely a competition that pushes her way out of her comfort zone. But she said she's feeling pretty good after yesterday's seeding round.
Which is a departure from the past where she's appeared pretty scared. So this year must be kind of a breakthrough for Angie, who works for USA Climbing, actually. And also of note, Angie is 30 years old, Emily is 29. So they've both been competing for years and years. They both have many titles under their belts.
Angie out to an early lead here. Both climbers did finish the route during seeding yesterday, so they are familiar with this. Just a matter of how quickly they can piece together these moves. Angie looking very comfortable right now.
What we've seen in the past, Brian, is Angie feeling comfortable up to about 2/3 height and then a little discomfort. And if that's the case again, that'll work to Emily's advantage. But who knows? She did look great on it yesterday.
Yeah, just from watching yesterday, the route seemed a little bit easier than in past years. The climbers looked a lot more comfortable, especially as they got to the mid and upper parts of the wall. You can see that, especially like her left-hand holder, that is a pretty good hold. So the climbers were able to kind of move pretty comfortably. Interesting to know that Emily Harrington spends as much time in the high mountains these days as she does rock climbing, so it's fun to see her out here letting the pigtails fly. Angie pushing onto the head wall. She is well out in front right now. She's going to, Emily, excuse me, is going to need Angie to fall. She wants to move on.
Very impressive show by Angie. Like I said, she's been visibly scared in the past, but right now she doesn't appear to feel any fear.
Both climbers just looking they're out for an afternoon climb as Angie Payne going to be moving on in this matchup against Emily Harrington. She'll be facing Michaela Kierch in the next round. Always great to have Emily Harrington though out here at the Seco Comp. Always a crowd favorite. One of my favorites to watch. She's going to keep getting her money's worth though.
Yeah, why not? She can take those braids to the summit.
Emily getting the crowd behind her.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually that Emily has done less rock climbing lately. It's just she's been better known for her mountain feats lately, but she still gets out and crushes on rock often and still very, very hard.
See Angie cheering on Emily from the top there.
Oh, that's a cute shot right there.
Longtime friends. You know it's got to be fun for them to be out here competing on this stage. Emily making it to the top. Not going to be moving on, but great for them.
Good thing there's a thank God jug on that sloping top.
Yeah, Angie said that the top out was actually a little scary. You're mantling at 55 feet.
And there's probably still a bit of moisture up there.
Yeah, that's right. It was raining pretty heavy. The bottom of the wall felt pretty dry when I went over there, but the top definitely got wet. Seems like it's okay though for the competitors. Looks like we're going to get a synchronized dive here.
A little team play in there. Love it. Hashtag Old Guard Splash. Love it.
Angie Payne moving on to the quarterfinal. She'll be facing Michaela Kierch.
You can see in her face she is very happy with that one. I think she may have even surprised herself, Brian.
Yeah, she looked really good on that, Chris. She's really going to have a workout out for her in the next round, though, going up against our #1 qualifier. Going to have to really turn it on. We'll see how that goes in a little bit. But up next, our next matchup, Tori Perkins against Andrea Szekely. Tori on the left, Andrea on the right.
Tori is 17 years old from Atlanta, Georgia. And new to me, Brian.
Yeah, Tori's one of our wildcard qualifiers from the other night. Another one of those excellent youth competitors, climbing out of Stone Summit down there in Georgia. Hard not to be a good climber climbing out of that gym. Incredible facilities down there.
A lot of names coming out of there. And Andrea Szekely, of course, she is living in Boulder, Colorado. She's in her late 20s, and she has been climbing for at least 20 years.
Andrea has been in Psicobloc before, made it into the quarterfinals 2 years ago. Not known for her speed.
You know, that's funny. I talked to Andrea before the comp, and she scolded me with a laugh, thankfully, for making fun of her in last year's comp for climbing so slowly. She definitely is not climbing slowly now. They both have a good chance at this point.
Tori out to lead here right now. She did finish the route yesterday during qualifiers, or during seeding, excuse me. So Andrea knows that she's going to have to pick up the pace here. She sticks that big jug in the middle of the roof. Such a unique format here. The competitors can see their opponent and adjust as they go up the route. That's not typical in competition. Usually it's just you with yourself on the wall, and you don't really know what you need to do to advance or to place. But a Psicobloc, you can see exactly what you need to do at all times.
Tori making it look easy. Very impressive climbing from her.
And that's going to be Tori Perkins moving on to the quarterfinals over Andrea Szekely.
Excellent show by Tori Perkins, and I'm happy for Andrea right now, still putting up a fight, not too far from the top. Tori leaning over to support her friend.
This is 2 matchups in a row now, Chris, where one climber was out to the lead and the other climber didn't really adjust or try to go faster or make any sort of reaction. They just kept climbing at the pace that they had been climbing at the whole time.
I dare say that's not something we're going to see with the men. They
Definitely
tend to look
not
at each
as
other.
Andrea goes for the ride.
Yep.
Yeah, the men
tend to be a bit more cutthroat, don't they?
It got ruthless last night during the seeding round.
Yeah.
Definitely looking forward to that later. As Tori Perkins will be moving on for the women over Andrea Szekely. She'll face the winner of our next matchup here between Paige Claassen and Jules Jimreivat.
Now this will be an interesting matchup. Paige is another member of the old guard in a way, and she's been at this Psicobloc now at least a couple other years. Always does fairly well, it seems. She seemed particularly fit and focused yesterday, and I'm really excited to see her. Jules Jimreivat is a new name to me, but she certainly proved that she belongs in this competition yesterday. She climbed very well. So I'm really excited about this next matchup.
Yeah, it's fun to see Paige out here. She doesn't usually compete. Psicobloc seems to be able to pull her out of her retirement, as it were.
That's right.
Quietly one of the best climbers in the country and even in the world. So it's really a treat to see Paige out here.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jules Jimreivat on the right, and it looks like they started off on a mission. I think they both want this.
Jules, one of our qualifiers from Wednesday night. We're seeing a different dynamic here in this matchup, Chris.
And just to clarify, when Brian said Paige is out of her retirement, that did not mean from climbing. That just simply meant from comps. But yeah, she certainly is still one of the best climbers anywhere. Wow, they're putting the pressure on each other. This is the first real fight we've seen.
Yeah, this is the Seco comp people came to see here, Chris. Competitors are moving quickly up this wall. Jules looks very comfortable.
She sure does.
It's her first year at the Seco comp. Little foot slip, but she recovered nicely. As Paige just about even with her as they're pulling onto the head wall.
Now,
and Jules.
She's leaving it open for Paige, who
Jules.
recently got married and changed her name to DeCock. So it's no longer Claassen, it's Paige DeCock, and she has now moved on.
Wow, Jules looked in control there, Chris, and she just bobbled that move, lost her feet, and that was it. Paige, cool and collected to the top of the wall. She'll be moving on to face Tori Perkins in the quarterfinals.
Oh yeah, she's happy about that one. Awesome. Yeah, great show from Paige.
All right, we are halfway through our first round of women competitors. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with our next batch of climbers.
Limit yourself. Or unlimit yourself. The maps are drawn to get you lost, until you draw your own. Limit yourself, or unlimit yourself. Question the answers so often, they demand you leave and go elsewhere. Forget any dreams that bind you to drab realities or false dramatics. And unlimit your days and nights once more. Frontiers are wherever you decide. Unlimit yourself, because how else will you and your life, your body and mind,
Welcome back to the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. Olympic pool here, halfway through our women's final round. Round of 16 right now.
It's going fast already.
Yeah, we're getting our next matchup on the wall here, Chris. Natalie Bartschi against Lily Canavan.
Natalie's 22 years old from Zurich, Switzerland. New to me on the comp scene, but certainly not new to the comp scene. This is, she was one of the invited competitors from Switzerland, and her boyfriend also is here for the men later. Natalie Bartschi, and Lily Canavan is 17 years old from Newtown, Massachusetts. She is already a decorated competition climber, especially in the last year, with several wins, including the Dark Horse Championship in January and the Iron Maiden Bouldering Comp.
There's Lily Canavan, keeping warm down by the side of the wall. It is important to remember we are here in Park City, Utah. I think we're above 7,000 feet here. It's gonna get cold in the mountain environment.
Not to mention that it's lightly drizzling as we speak. And it did rain pretty hard not long ago. The wall was wiped down with towels. It didn't seem to put anyone off, but yeah, it is a mountain environment, and it's going to get a little wetter here and there as drizzle comes and goes, but great times here at Utah Olympic Park. I'm excited to see this matchup. I'm excited to see Natalie Bartschi do her thing against Lily Canavan.
And Natalie was our third place qualifier during the seeding round last night. She looked really strong. in her first Seco comp appearance. And Chris, while we wait for the action to get started here, any takeaways from the first couple matchups so far? Any surprises?
You know, I guess I'd have to say I'm a little surprised with the kind of non-competitive feel of the first few matches. We didn't see that with Paige and Jules, but the first three, like you mentioned earlier, they kind of just chose a pace and stuck to it. They didn't seem to be running a race, as it were, which for the women's comp here tonight, that's kind of what it's going to come down to, isn't it? A speed comp.
Yeah, I think we'll see the energy level ramp up as the rounds progress, as the competition gets a little tighter. The good climbers aren't going to be able to afford to go slow like that. They're going to have to go a lot faster, and the competitors are really going to push each other, as we're going to see, faster and faster up the wall. See Alex Johnson waiting in the wings for her turn. She is in the next matchup with good friend Megan Martin. They'll be coming up in just a little bit.
After that, we're going to see Nina Williams versus Kyra Condie. Nina has been our poolside commentator, actually, the last couple of years. She did Seco comp in 2013. Actually, she told me she's back at it again because it's been long enough. She couldn't quite remember how scary it was up there on the wall. And then our final matchup for the women is going to be Sydney Trinidad versus Claire Bukowski.
Yeah, Sydney was our number 2 qualifier during seeding last night. She looked very strong and very fast, which is not surprising given her background. But as we saw with that last matchup between Jules and Paige, both climbers look really strong and really fast, but then Jules just made one mistake and it was over, and she was in the pool. Looks like we're about ready to get started here with this matchup between Natalie Bartschi and Lily Canavan. See Natalie there on the left side of the wall, getting the thumbs up, traversing out over the water.
Last year's women's champion was Charlotte Jarief, the invited climber from overseas. Natalie is now in that position. We'll see what happens. She was our number 3 seeded climber after last night, so she definitely has a good chance at taking this. But Lily is also one to be reckoned with. I can't help but think it doesn't hurt to have some height on this, and Natalie appears to be pretty tall.
Yeah, there's almost a certain reckless abandon you have to have when you're climbing the Seco comp. It kind of goes with the whole vibe of the event. You know, Psicobloc, crazy. I think we're definitely gonna see some people get crazy out on the wall here tonight. Natalie out to an early lead right now. Still anybody's game though. Lily just a couple moves behind right now.
Kind of a nice sunset starting actually behind him. It's just beautiful out there.
Yeah, it looks like things are gonna clear up after that rain delay. Set us back a little bit here to get started, but if you don't like the weather in the mountains, just wait 15 minutes. And here we are, back to the Psicobloc action.
Or 45 minutes, as it were, which is about what happened tonight.
Lily is definitely going to have to pick up the pace here. She wants to put some pressure on Natalie.
Yeah, we're basically seeing the same thing we did in the first few rounds. Each climber chose a pace, and they're sticking to it. It looks like they're both trying quite hard, but I don't see the aggression.
Still anything could happen here, though. One slip by Natalie could open the door for Lily. Natalie Bartschi looking smooth and confident.
Ooh. She might have to chalk up before that last move. I wonder if some drizzle got on that last hand hizzle.
Nice job from Natalie Bartschi. She'll be moving on.
I love the fact that the other competitor, even though it really doesn't serve them to keep going to the top, they might as well. They're enjoying it. This is their last moment on this wall for the year. So Lily Canavan's going to try. Oh! No, she's not going to try.
Great performance from Lily Canavan, one of our qualifiers. Great to see her out here. It'll be Natalie Bartschi moving on to the quarterfinals. She'll face the winner of our next matchup between Alex Johnson and Megan Martin.
Oh. The competitors are informed beforehand to try to fall into the pool like a pencil, they say. And that's what she just did. It is fairly dangerous to be jumping off of a 55-foot wall, even more so to be falling off the wall. It's hard to overstate the mental toughness it takes to climb confidently on this wall.
Yeah, and while obviously this is a fun event, really exciting, safety is the #1 thing that everyone's trying to keep in mind. So far, things are going very smoothly for the competitors. And we are right on to our next matchup. Megan Martin on the left, the 26-year-old out of Lake Mary, Florida, now living in Boulder, Colorado, against Alex Johnson on the right, 27-year-old out of Hudson, Wisconsin, now living in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Megan Martin placed second last year, and I believe she was third the year before that. So you never know, if she keeps climbing that ladder steadily, this could be her year to be on top. We'll see. Alex Johnson is always a great competitor as well, though.
And Megan is by far the highest finisher from last year to return to this year's competition, finishing second, like you said, Chris, just behind Charlotte DeReef in finals. So this could be Megan's year. But she is right now neck and neck with Alex Johnson. Gotta get out of the first round.
Now, Megan and Alex are definitely climbing faster than any other competitors so far. They really picked up the pace. They realize what's at stake. Megan wants it bad. I know that much.
Yeah, both Megan and Alex are really fierce competitors. But they also know how to put on a good show for the crowd here. Both been in this event numerous times. So they're very comfortable under the spotlight here. Megan pulling away.
All right. And an impressive show by Alex. She's really doing well. Giving her signature smile to the crowd. They're talking to each other as they climb. Alex is getting pumped and probably a little scared, I would imagine. I certainly would be terrified. Megan's gunning for the chains.
Megan pulling away here in the final stretches.
I don't think Alex topped the wall yesterday, did she? I think that this is onsetting for her now, or flashing.
Megan Martin going to be moving on. It was pretty close there until about 2/3 height, Chris, and then Megan pulled away. So she will face Natalie Bartschi in the quarterfinals.
Alex Johnson hanging on for the ride, hopefully to the top. We'll see. This is her first time climbing on these moves. This is great. And Alex is thrilled just to be at the top of the wall at all. An amazing performance by both Megan and Alex. I think they're both just as happy as the other up there. Great times.
Just 2 matchups left as we get a look at the standings so far. Nina Williams and Kyra Condie coming up, followed by Sydney Trinidad and Claire Bukowski. They will wrap up this first round of the women's final.
Looks like they might also be doing the simul leap. This is a leap Megan's done many times, but I'm not sure Alex has done it too many times. Awesome show.
That's such a long way down, Chris.
Well, no surprise there. I think Megan really is out for gold this time.
And so far, Chris, the higher seed has won all the matchups thus far. No upsets to speak of. Let's see if we keep to form here with our next matchup between Nina Williams and Kyra Condie.
Nina is 26 years old, lived in Boulder for a while, and just last week moved to Salt Lake City, so she is now a local officially. Kyra Condie is 19 years old from Shoreview, Minnesota. Both have a very strong climbing background. Kyra more so in the comp scene, and Nina more so in the bouldering on real rock scene, but they both have impressive ascents on both plastic and rock. Kyra is known for her speed.
And Kyra the lower seed here, but well known for her, some might say, reckless abandon on the wall, Chris.
And if that's what it takes to place as high as she has in so many comps, reckless abandon, let it be. I would take it.
Kyra just got back from a bouldering summer in South Africa, so it's fun to see these climbers come back from trips that you wouldn't think would prepare them for this kind of format and do really well. We've seen that with Jimmy Webb in the past, our two-time winner for the men, who we'll see later. See if Kyra can do the same thing. She is moving up the wall very quickly.
Both women are moving very fast. This is impressive, especially from Nina, who did admit that she was pretty scared that first year she did this comp. And if she is scared now, you would never know. She's climbing very strong. Only a few moves separate these two females. I think they both know that they need to go fast, but they cannot make a mistake.
And this is where the pressure really gets ramped up. They can see their competitor matching the move for move. Nina making up a lot of ground there as Kyra's resting before this final head wall. See if Nina can power her way past her and finish. Kyra's going to have to get moving again. She seems to have run out of gas.
Wow.
Shaky.
Very impressive show by Nina Williams here. This final move is a very long one. This will be hard for her. And it's a sloping top that they have to grab.
Nina Williams going for it, moving on to the next round.
Wow. Very impressive. Nina Williams just pulling out that last bit of speed at the end. Kyra Condie stalling out a bit, but still hanging on for the ride.
Well, that was really interesting, Chris. Kyra was out to a very early lead, and at 2/3 height was at least 2 or 3 moves in front of Nina, but then she kind of stalled out there, just resting on that hold as Nina completed the entire route as she hung out there. Be curious to know what was going on there with Kyra. Seemed like she just ran out of juice.
I think part of what's going on with Kyra there is that she is still jet lagged from coming back to the States. And like you said, she's only been bouldering, whereas normally in past years she's been training on plastic. And God, that was a great show by both athletes, if you ask me. Another simul leap for the top, from the top. Was leaning back a little bit on that one, wasn't she?
She got a little off kilter there. Looks like she's all right though. Be seeing her in the quarterfinals in just a bit, but to wrap up this first round of matchups for the women, on the right, Claire Bukowski, and on the left will be our number 2 qualifier, Sydney Trinidad, climbing out of Seattle, Washington. Team Vertical World. Made it to quarterfinals last year before losing to Megan Martin.
Impressive about Sydney Trinidad, among many other things, is that she actually is a 10-time youth national champion, including all of the disciplines: sport, bouldering and speed 10 times. That's insane. She was second place also a couple years ago at Youth Worlds.
Definitely a well-rounded competitor. And on the right there, Kierch Bukowski, climbing out of Tucson, Arizona. Been competing since about 2009. One of our wild card qualifiers.
An impressive tidbit about Claire is that in 2013, she was actually dropped 35 feet to the deck in a gym, and fear kind of crippled her for a little while, but she says she turned it into a love of highball bouldering and trad climbing, shockingly. So she seemed to have faced that fear head on and conquered it. I wonder if any of that's going through her mind right now.
Sydney out to an early lead. See if Claire can adjust and keep pace at all with Sydney. She's definitely one of the favorites this year. After being a wild card qualifier last year, Sydney, one of the invited athletes at this year's competition.
Neither competitor seeming to be in a rush. Sydney is just kind of making her way up the wall. It does appear Claire's kind of struggling a little bit with dynamic movement on this wall, which, again, it's impossible to overstate kind of the mental boundaries that come up when you're soloing above the water. It's crazy. I got up to about the height she's at a couple years ago, Brian, with you, and that was just absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, the pool starts to look really small, really quick on this wall. The competitors have been making it look really easy and really comfortable so far, sort of belying the fact that it's pretty scary up there. And unless Sydney makes some kind of mistake here, she'll be moving on to the quarterfinals. Just 2 moves to go for Sydney Trinidad. Treating this as a little bit of a warm-up in some sense. Climbers, in order to win, gonna have to climb this 55-foot wall 4 times in less than an hour, I'd say.
That is a factor, Brian, that a lot of people don't quite realize, that there's a lot of climbing going on in a single hour for the champions here. So endurance, sport climbing, long routes, like all of those really come into play in this competition, whereas they may not for most bouldering comps or other comps, really. Claire fighting her way up, though. This is really impressive.
Loses her foot, and that's going to do it for Kierch Bukowski. Great to see her here. All right, that's going to wrap up the first round here for the women. We're going to take a quick break and come back with the quarterfinals. We'll be right back.
What I really like about Waltopia and a little bit of the philosophy about the designs is that it's taking architecture and art and mixing it with this, you know, interactive thing that's a climbing wall.
Welcome back to the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. We are live in Park City, Utah, at the Olympic training facility here. Brian Reynolds and Chris Widener here calling the action for you as we just completed the first round for the women here. Just about to get the quarterfinal round underway. Our first matchup will be between Michaela Kierch and Angie Payne.
An excellent matchup, that. As you mentioned earlier, Brian, there were 0 upsets in the women's round. all of the top-seeded competitors made it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, update your brackets accordingly. Down to our final 8 women here. Looking to crown a first-time champion. All the previous winners for the women are not here. Sasha DeJulian, Claire Burfine, Charlotte DeReef, all not here this year, so we will have a new champion for the women.
And second place competitor Delaney Miller, also not here. A couple years of her being at the top, near the top that is. So yeah, it really is an open field for these women. No upsets so far, but you never know what's going to happen at Psicobloc.
So we get another good look at the athlete area over there, a hot tub for the climbers to stay warm. See the men trying to stay loose for their turn. Pretty exciting and dynamic field for the men coming up later, including the likes of Jan Hoyer, Jimmy Webb, and Chris Sharma.
Did you just say Chris Sharma?
I did. Chris still looking for his first appearance in finals here. Has never made it to the final matchup.
Very good point.
Some could say that he struggled during the seeding round last night. We'll talk more about that later.
Yeah, I think everyone would say that, wouldn't they?
Seems like the competition is paused so Emily Harrington can get her Snapchats out. Looking back on the first round there, Chris, really impressive performances by Natalie Bartschi, Megan Martin, Nina Williams, especially with her come from behind win over Kyra Condie. Michaela Kierch really yet to be tested in the comp so far, both in the seeding round and in her first round matchup. See if Angie Payne can...
I wouldn't be surprised if Angie did put up a fight for Michaela, because Angie, uncharacteristically, is looking great on this wall, on the top of this wall. And I'm really happy to see that, because she's always a strong competitor. She's always capable, and it sure seems like she's just simply more comfortable this year and taking advantage of it. So personally, I would love to see a neck-and-neck fight between Angie and Michaela, because they're both excellent climbers. They both are capable of winning.
And our competitor stepping up to the wall will be Michaela Kierch on the left side of your screen, Angie Payne on the right side. Jonathan Segrist sighting here at the poolside. Lots of notables milling about.
Distracting the commentators here, yep.
Basically a party going on around us, Chris.
And here we are in our little cage, our jail cell, watching the wall from behind us. Speaking of the wall, there's Michaela Kierch, the #1 seeded finisher from the seeding round last night, going up against Angie Payne. Both climbing very deliberately.
See Michaela already putting it into a new gear here, climbing really fast out of the gate. We'll see that especially as the competitors get deeper into the rounds. They'll be just that much more familiar with the moves. I think a lot of people at home that have climbed, once they know the moves on a climb, it comes a lot easier, and it's just like that for the competitors here tonight.
They'll also be that much more tired too after climbing these walls so many times. It's a fine balance.
Michaela really throwing it down right now, doing 2 or 3 moves to every move for Angie. One thing that Michaela is doing that I think is helping her, she's keeping her feet on some of the more dynamic moves. Swinging your feet out, it's exciting for the crowd, but it slows you down quite a bit. Michaela just cruising.
Yeah, wow. Both climbing very controlled. But yeah, Michaela's pretty much gunning for the finish line, isn't she?
She's got this thing dialed in now. This is her 4th time on this route. That comp climbing experience really showing here. Recognizing the moves, memorizing them, internalizing them, and making it look easy for Michaela Kierch.
And there it is. Michaela Kierch will be moving on to the semi-final round. Angie Payne, though, still fighting for the top, which is great to see. It's almost too bad because she is shining right now, and it's just that she got paired up with the top-seeded woman now. But Angie really did put up an amazing performance this whole time, yesterday and today. It's really cool that she made it to the top of the wall both times this year in the quarterfinals.
Angie Payne, one of the great competitors the U.S. has ever had. Always great to see her here at the Seco Comp. As you see the competitors trying to throw their chalk bags down since they don't want to get them wet. The competitors bring a lot of different shoes to wear, but chalk is a little harder to come by.
Michaela just says no to the simul leap.
I think the judges are going to dock her for that, Chris.
As Angie is contemplating her descent, I just saw Jonathan Segrist's bare butt. Angie's getting ready to leap. She's taking deep breaths, and she's making it happen. It's worth remembering that when the competitors get to the top of the wall, the only way they are allowed to come down is to jump off the top. They are not allowed to climb down the back.
It's ironically the safer way down, Chris.
Jumping is, yes. That must be going through the competitors' minds as they're going to the summit too. They know that if they don't fall off, they're going to have to jump off from even higher.
Yeah, I think that's why we're seeing a lot of competitors just complete the route, Chris.
So we've got Tori Perkins, our 5th seeded competitor from last night, against Paige DeCock, who was the 4th. So this is going to be a neck and neck matchup, I believe.
Tori has a lot of competitive experience speed climbing on the youth circuit. Most recently at Youth Nationals last month in Atlanta.
Just 17 years old. Tori Perkins is just a few moves beyond Paige.
This is where we've seen a lot of separation from the competitors right on this move here, Chris. See if Paige can keep pace. She's just 1 or 2 moves behind right now. Tori not slowing down at all. Lost a little bit of time there with her foot swinging off the wall. Paige is going to have to pick up the pace here. Otherwise, it's going to be Tori Perkins moving on to the semifinals in her first Seco Comp appearance.
That appeared to be just a second or 2 ahead, but Tori Perkins takes it. That was an excellent match. That's what we're hoping to see here at Psicobloc, where on this women's route, it appears to really just come down to the speed.
Paige going to take a shortcut down. As we can see, we're about halfway through our quarterfinal round here. Just 2 matchups left to determine spots in the semifinals.
Tori is looking like she just wants to jump. They actually made the pool deeper this year because some athletes from the last years were actually touching the bottom of the pool. So the pool is now deeper. They're going down pretty far.
Yeah, the pool what used to be about 10 feet deep, which doesn't take long to reach when you're jumping from 40, 50 feet in the air. Now the pool is over 16 feet deep where the athletes are jumping in. As Tori Perkins will be moving on to the semifinals. Looking forward to our next matchup between Natalie Bartschi and Megan Martin. Megan, a past finalist, trying to upset the number 3 seed, Natalie Bartschi, our visiting Swiss climber.
This women's round is going very fast, as it always does. Halfway through the semifinals.
It'll be Natalie on the left, Megan on the right. I think we're going to see some fast action here, Chris. Both these competitors know that the other competitor is really fast and really strong, so they're not going to be able to just take their time. Natalie out to an early lead right now. We know Megan has the experience advantage, having competed in this event multiple times in the past. This is Natalie's first year.
It sure doesn't look like it's her first year, though. She's cruising. And like you said, she is up against Megan Martin, though, who was second place last year, third place the year before. I know she wanted to take first place this year. Who doesn't? But Natalie so far nosing it out.
Saw Natalie swing off the wall there. That opened it up for Megan to make up a little bit of ground. But Natalie's still out in front. Closing strong. Natalie Bartschi moving on to the semifinals.
Wow.
Impressive closing speed, Chris.
Looking like a repeat from last year. The visiting climber, Natalie Bartschi from Switzerland, just beat out certainly one of the top competitors in this whole field.
Great showing from Megan Martin. Certainly disappointing, I would think, but you'll never see her show it. Always a smile on Megan Martin's face.
And disappointing only because she didn't move on, but her performance, her climbing was actually brilliant. She climbed well, she climbed fast. It just wasn't fast enough to beat Natalie Bartschi.
So just going to hang out for a little bit up there, Chris.
Yeah.
Coordination.
And with that, we're on to our last pair in the semifinals for women. We have Nina Williams versus Sydney Trinidad. It sure seems like they are climbing pretty fast. They don't have that much rest between goes.
Yeah, definitely, Chris. It's not been very long since Nina and Sydney especially just climbed, probably within the last 15 minutes or so. Nina with that come-from-behind victory over Kyra Condie in impressive fashion in the first round. Sydney with a very solid win in her first round matchup against Claire Bukowski.
Sydney is 5'5" and Nina is 5'3". We talked earlier a bit about having a slight advantage on height on this wall, and there's not too much difference between the size of these two ladies.
Yeah, I think in some sense the shorter competitors have been doing really well. They've been able to keep their bodies on the wall. They're not swinging out as much as some of the taller climbers, and it lets them move a lot faster, I think.
It's a classic argument.
Yeah, how much time do we have?
Yeah, right. The truth is, though, if height were always the advantage, then the climbing scene would look like the NBA. Sydney on the right, a neck ahead of Nina Williams on the left. This really is turning into the speed competition, Brian, that we thought it would.
It's looking a lot like Nina's first matchup where she was just a little bit behind and she was able to close at the end. We'll see if she can do that here. See if Sydney Trinidad will open the door. Not looking likely at this point. She hesitated a little bit there, Chris.
As always, they know they can't make a mistake because if one of them falls, it's just opening it up for the other competitor.
And it's going to be Sydney Trinidad moving on to the semifinals. Beating Nina Williams by about a body length. Great showing from Nina Williams here, though, Chris.
I'd say she did great. Nina Williams has been our poolside commentator the last couple years. She decided to compete this year, put on a great performance. Sydney Trinidad moving on.
And that's going to set the stage for our semifinal. Coming up, it'll be Michaela Kierch against Tori Perkins in semifinal number 1. Natalie Bartschi and Sydney Trinidad in semifinal number 2. We are very close to crowning our champion for the women. All right, that's going to wrap up our quarterfinal round here at the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with our semifinals. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. We are live at the Utah Olympic Park in Park City, Utah.
Fortunately, the rain has kept at bay for the last competition there with the women. We had some drizzle during it, but now it seems to have cleared off, and I think we're a go.
Yeah, the party's on here, Chris. Everyone at poolside at this packed pool is just having a great time, getting ready for our semifinal matchup between Michaela Kierch and Tori Perkins coming up in just a moment.
Thankfully, we're not having a repeat of last year's lightning storm, which basically ended the competition before it really began for the men.
Yeah,
the women's comp actually finished, but yeah, we were stormed out of here. So cross fingers so far, it's looking okay.
Yeah, we definitely put the Seco and Seco comp last year. Climbers racing up this wall in torrential downpour.
Yep.
Lightning crashing in the distance. It was a showcase that they always do.
This is just a great comp. I mean, it's a lot of familiar faces in the crowd. Everyone who's been at the Outdoor Retailer Show in Salt Lake City, finishing up for the weekend and coming up here to hang out, party, watch the scene. It's a great time here at the Utah Olympic Park. Psicobloc Masters is my personal favorite competition of the year, I gotta be honest. It's just such a great atmosphere. It's fun. This is a standalone competition. Nothing really leads up to it, and they don't go anywhere from here except to go have a beer or whatever they do. So it's great. It's standalone. What happens, happens. It's over, and everybody seems to have a great time. And frankly, I think it's one of the greatest formats for spectating. I mean, who doesn't want to see people pitch 40, 50 feet off a huge wall into a pool?
Yeah, this competition is really built around the vision of Chris Sharma taking the ideals and the atmosphere of the Psicobloc deepwater solo climbing that kind of originated out in Spain, Mallorca. Very popular, exciting style of climbing out there, bringing it into the competition world. Really makes for an exciting competition, like you said, Chris.
Yeah, it sure does. And Seco comps have been popular in Europe for much longer than the Psicobloc comp here. And I'm glad it finally caught on because here in America, because this is awesome.
And we really see that in the atmosphere here last year, especially with the rain. The male competitors divvied up the cash purse since there was really no definitive winner. It's just a very celebratory atmosphere. You know, the competitors obviously competing out there, but it's not cutthroat. It's not, I really want to beat that person or anything like that. It's just a showcase, really, for climbing and what it can be.
That's exactly right, Brian. And we've already seen that tonight with the women. As one person tops out, they encourage the other to get up to the top. And that's what the climbing spirit is all about.
And we are ready for our first semifinal matchup. Michaela Kierch against Tori Perkins. Michaela, our #1 qualifier from the seeding round, and Tori, one of our wild card competitors from Wednesday night's wild card qualifying round.
And it's on. These women know that it's going to come down 100% to speed.
Yep, they're both very familiar with this route at this point. Both have been to the top twice today and twice yesterday. So they are just executing right now. They know the moves. They know exactly where they want to put their hands and their feet for each move. And right now, Michaela Kierch executing perfectly.
Wow. This is the kind of pacing you tend to see in the men's field. This is an excellent show right now. The women are really getting after it. You can tell they're at a sprint.
Michaela Kierch putting on a show here tonight. Just 2 moves away from making it into her first final here. And Michaela Kierch making it look easy.
Wow. Awesome. Tori Perkins taking a break. Might as well enjoy the last few moves to the top. Michaela beaming up on top of the wall. She will be in the finals at the 2016 Psicobloc Masters.
So our #1 qualifier is through to the final. Tori Perkins Great showing from her. Definitely looking forward to seeing her return in years to come. Bright future ahead of her. Just 17 years old. One of our younger competitors this year. So Michaela Kierch through to the final. And she'll be facing either Natalie Bartschi or Sydney Trinidad.
Michaela taking the stairs down rather than going from the top.
I guess when you know you're going to be coming down from the top that often, Chris, you just try to lessen the load on your body jumping in the water like that.
That's it.
Tori always came to jump from the top.
The bubbles in that pool are just breaking the surface tension of the water to make it a slightly softer landing. But no doubt, it's anything but soft. Michaela just cannot erase that smile from her face. So psyched to be in finals.
Well, Chris, that was such an impressive run by her. She executed every move almost flawlessly. Doesn't make it look like she's climbing hard route or climbing over a huge pool of water in front of a large group of people. She's just executing every single move, just like she's been on this route 100 times before.
That's right. And something else worth mentioning, Brian, is that even though these women are making it look like it's 5'9", it's actually a mid 5'12"-ish estimated route. I mean, they're climbing 5'12" in a matter of seconds up this wall. Like, that is just unbelievable.
So we got to look at Sydney Trinidad, looking a little unsure of herself there. Getting her mind in the right place here for her semifinal matchup against Natalie Bartschi. These are our third and second place qualifiers, Natalie and Sydney respectively.
Natalie Bartschi, as I said before, is 22 years old. She's been a competitor since she was only 11 years old. They're taking this one seriously.
Sydney out to an early lead right now. Natalie just a move or two behind.
Sydney was not a 10-time youth national champion for nothing, and right now she's showing her expertise at comp climbing.
We're just seeing more incredible execution from these climbers. Natalie losing some time there with her feet swinging off the wall. That is going to cost her. And that is going to open the door for Sydney Trinidad to move into the final.
Wow.
Sydney Trinidad moving on to face Michaela Kierch.
She was looking a bit tired for that final throw to the top of the wall. That was such a great effort. Those women literally raced up that wall.
And they just had their quarterfinal matches 10 minutes ago, so they just got done climbing up the wall, and they're right back out there.
So these athletes, like we mentioned, have just been climbing back-to-back. What's going to happen now, folks, is that as soon as these women get down, there's going to be a 10 or 15-minute athlete break where they get to actually chill out.
Get some hot tub time in.
Yeah.
Maybe get a few snaps out.
Yeah, definitely some snaps. And we're going to stay with you for that time. So stay tuned. Finals will be coming up very shortly for the women.
That was a great showing from Natalie Bartschi here, visiting from Switzerland in her first Seco comp, making it to the semifinal.
The Euros always seem to do so well in this comp.
I think it's got to be that deep competition experience they have, Chris. Really shows through with a lot of these climbers. You can tell that they've been climbing in a structured format for a long time. They know how to recognize moves and learn them very quickly.
Our finals with the women will be between Michaela Kierch and Sydney Trinidad, who just climbed.
There's money on the line. Either way, you walk it home yourself, right?
All right, we will get to that final matchup in just a moment. But first, we're going to take a quick break, catch our breath here. We'll be right back.
Let's give her a moment to rest.
Limit yourself. Or unlimit yourself. The maps are drawn to get you lost, until you draw your own. Limit yourself. Or unlimit yourself. Question the answers so often, they demand you leave and go elsewhere. Forget any dreams that bind you to drab realities or false dramatics. Unlimit your days and nights once more. Frontiers are wherever you decide. Unlimit yourself, because how else will you and your life, your body and mind, belong to possibility?
Welcome back poolside here at the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. We are right now in our athlete recovery break, just waiting for the women's final to take place. Everyone's catching their breath, freshening up a drink, hanging out in a boat in the pool.
Why not?
Whatever you got here, it works.
That's it.
We're going to have our final coming up between Michaela Kierch and Sydney Trinidad, our top two qualifiers. The entire women's bracket went chalk. No upsets, Chris.
That's right. That was surprising to me, is that there was 0 upsets. Everyone seated in their place entering this comp finished exactly in that order.
And I think it makes a little bit of sense if you think about the women's route. There weren't a lot of high-risk moves on it. The moves flowed pretty well. There were no dynos or tricky moves, really. It's all about executing, and we saw the top qualifiers do just that.
That's right. And like I said, the women's route is about mid 512-ish, and really for these competitors, that's not that hard, which is why it turned into a speed competition. So they just had to pull it together. They have to have some endurance, and that's definitely showing now, which is why we're taking this athlete break.
Yeah, for Sydney Trinidad just climbed twice in 10 minutes, so we're going to give her a break, especially. Michaela started the competition in the first qualifying spot, so she had a little bit more time to rest in between attempts. So just going to get everything situated, ready for the final. Crown a new champion this year, gunning for their share of the $20,000 cash purse.
That's right.
That won't hurt.
$20,000.
See Michaela down there by the heat lamp, trying to stay warm. It's pretty cold, I would imagine, if you'd gotten out of the pool. It's cold just sitting here, so I can't imagine it's real comfortable if you just got out of the pool.
I can't tell that it's cold. If you know what I mean.
I get that a lot. See all the ladies just kind of enjoying the experience. It's a very unique competition, as we've been talking about. All these competitors have been competing for years. They've done youth comps, bouldering, rope climbing, speed climbing, and those are quite interesting, I would say. But this is, and I mean that. But this is such a different event for them. It's they get to hang out in a hot tub in between goes. They get to jump into the pool. They get to warm up on a pull-up tread wall.
Anything goes here at the Seco Comp. And if we follow the trend that we just saw throughout the entire women's round, Michaela was seeded number 1 and Sydney number 2. So if it follows, we may see Michaela on top, but between these two women, we really have no idea. They both look super strong. They both deserve to win. They both can win. Kyra Condie is joining us here at the booth, and it's great to see you. How did you feel up there, Kyra?
It felt great tonight. The energy in the crowd is like fantastic, even after the rain delay that we had. But I got really pumped.
It looked like you got really pumped, actually.
I felt like I was like pretty cruising on the bottom just because I knew that bit, but I'd never been to the top because I didn't get to the top during the seeding round, and so I got up there and was like, oh no.
It was pretty awesome though how you kept it together anyway.
Thanks. It was like I would rather jump off the top than fall on the last move, both for like pride's sake and for just comfort. So
yeah.
It was like I almost wanted to like let go, but it was like no, don't do that. So it was fun though. I really enjoyed it.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a really fun comp to watch. You tried really hard. Do you think you got pumped more than usual because you'd been on a bouldering trip, or is there something else you could blame it on? What do you think?
Oh yes,
okay.
That is 100% the reason. I felt much more fit for, I guess, sport climbing last year, and I could definitely feel the difference. But you know, I wouldn't have changed the bouldering trip I went on. It was really fun. So. But yes, it did definitely affect my endurance. I thought it would, but it definitely did. Yeah. It's also surprisingly much more scary at the top when you are pumped up there. Like all these girls who have the great endurance because they've been sport climbing, you don't really have to worry about falling on any of the moves up there. But when you're pumped, you're like, oh no, I could fall on any of these. And so it's like you get both more pumped because you're being more careful and you're more scared because you're pumped. And so it's kind of a bad like...
Oh, I know all about that feeling, trust me.
That's where I live. Yeah.
Series of events, I guess, yeah. But I was like for like Alex Johnson too, did the same type of thing. Like she looked pumped up there, but she like managed to make it up to the top too. So you can feel the psych today, I guess.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And what about the overall comp atmosphere here? How does it compare to other competitions you do? What makes it special?
I think something about this comp is just like I feel like there's a lot of non-climbers in the crowd, and all of them are psyched. Like everybody's excited to watch. It's like it's very easy to tell what who wins a race. You know, it's like who gets to the top the fastest, and like everybody can relate to that. It's kind of like a 100-meter dash, you know. So
exactly.
I think people really relate to it and like it a lot. So
exactly.
All right, we're about to have the final. Who do you got, Sydney or Michaela?
I don't know. It's going to be a really close race, I think. Michaela, I know, is really motivated to win and has been in really good rope shape all year. Sydney, same thing. She just got second at Youth Nationals, so it'll be a close race for sure, but I think it'll come down to, like, basically who doesn't, like, either get tired at the top or doesn't, like, let the fear get to them, I guess.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us, Kyra. Great to have you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Kyra. Big thanks to Kyra Condie for stopping by the booth. Definitely one of the more exciting pairings in the opening round there. But we are ready for our final round here. Michaela Kierch, our #1 qualifier against our #2 qualifier, Sydney Trinidad. Getting her game face on right now. Like Kyra said, Michaela has been really motivated for this, Chris. This is what she came here to do.
Yeah, she's been really motivated and proving it in many of the comps she's recently entered. And this is it, folks. This is the women's final of the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. Michaela Kierch on the left and Sydney Trinidad on the right.
And Sydney out to an early lead. Michaela bobbled the first couple moves there. See if she can recover. Sydney about one move ahead right now, but pulling away. Now Michaela making up ground. It's about a half move behind.
Really, the race is on now. Michaela's trying so hard to pull ahead.
They are neck and neck pushing up this head wall. Sydney Trinidad getting up there first.
They are not concerned about falling anymore. They are just going all out. And Michaela has pulled ahead.
Michaela coming from behind, just pulling through in that section. It's going to be Michaela Kierch winning her first Psicobloc Masters.
Oh, and it comes down to Michaela Kierch. That was such an impressive effort. She really pulled it together on those final feet of the wall. Sydney doing great, but looking a little disappointed. She was so good in the lead the entire way until the final bit.
What an incredible performance by both competitors, Chris. Sydney with the early lead until about 2/3 height, but Michaela kept it together and just dropped the hammer and just blew right by her. That was incredible. Two great competitors.
This is exactly why we're here at Psicobloc. This is what we want to see. A beaming Michaela Kierch on the top of the wall, can barely catch her breath. The competitors are panting and laughing and talking to each other. What a great show.
Yeah, all right. I think they're discussing. Michaela's like, am I getting jumped from the top? What's really going to happen?
We'll see if Michaela actually decides to jump off the top this time. She's getting pressure from the crowd.
Don't worry, we put your giant tent at the bottom of the pool. All you gotta do is jump from the top. You got it.
What a great moment for both climbers.
Go on, be a showman. Go on. It's not that high. It's only a few feet higher.
Oh,
Tough
wow.
crowd here.
Dang it, Michaela's getting booed by some for down climbing and not jumping from the top.
All right.
But I bet you she doesn't care, because she just won the 2016 Psicobloc Masters Championship.
Excellent work from the ladies.
What an exciting finish for the women here, Chris. Round crescendoing in the finals there between Michaela and Sydney.
Wow, wow, what a close race that was. Really a race. We knew they had confidence in each other. Nice one.
That was really impressive. How are you feeling?
Are you just saving the jump from the top for next year when you win? It's scarier than it looks, folks. You gotta trust her. She's been up there like, I don't even know how many times.
Hey, I can trust that. It's really high, actually.
All right, the action is just getting started here. We still have our men's competition coming up after a short break. We're going to take a quick commercial, come back with a halftime spectacular, ski jumping, slacklining. Who knows what else is going to happen here at Chris Widener, but we'll be right back. Do not go anywhere.
What are you going to do with the money? Go on a climbing trip? 365 feet off the deck. And not that that's hard enough, but he's going to do some tricks for you along the way. Let's give it up for Mr. Robinson. Come on. Let's not forget this guy's a total showman himself. We had some rain earlier. We had a little bit of downtime, and he said he just jumped right on it. Hey, you guys want me to entertain the crowd? Heck yeah, Mr. Robinson. Let's give it up for him. Come on. There we go. Then we got some sweet ski jumps coming up. Some world record holders. I know I was chatting with Robbie backstage a little while ago, and he's talking about trying to do a world record slack line. Something like 1,600 meters. I mean, at that point, that's basically like my commute to my day job. Big shout out to Mountain Hardware, being that title sponsor, believing in this event, helping us take it to that next level. Walltopia, always hooking up these exciting walls for us. Arctic Spas, keeping all of our athletes warm and limber. Keeping that party atmosphere going here. Okay. Sweet. Cliff Bar also sponsored this event, keeping the athletes fueled. Can't help but notice that 510 has sponsored this event. 510 Athlete 1. Water or no water, still the world's stickiest rubber coming out from 510. Hippie Tree, you may recognize them as the super generous guys on the top that just threw down a bunch of swag for you. They said, this is such a bummer, it's raining. Why don't we just hook up these people? We're all out in here in the rain, let's just have the party. Awesome, thanks from Hippie Tree. Adidas Outdoor, Prana, Climb Tech. None of this is possible without all these names. So when we open up our wallets, let's keep that in mind. Infinite Scale. All right, let's give it up for Mr. Robinson. I'm always impressed with showmen, and I love this dude's energy. We got rained out for 45 minutes, and he said, let me put on a show for the people. That's the people's slackliner right there. Man, high drama out here at 2016. No lightning though. Happy to have, whoa. Thanks again to Mountain Hardware for sending us out, Mr. Robinson, our athlete here, performing for us. Then we got ski jumps coming up next for you guys. Courtesy of the Utah Olympic Park. Man, thanks for hosting us, guys. Too cool, too cool. Takes a minute to get across this thing. It's only 300 feet. $65 feet off the deck.
You got this, Ryan. You getting ready for the Korean butt bounce? Look at that 300-foot line he's controlling. And those finals really heated up. What a great competition. That was neck and neck. I cannot describe to you how difficult it is as route setters to be able to divide the field, not make the routes too hard, not make them too easy, not have any of the winning coming down to technicalities. That was as clear as it could be, nice and close. All right, Mr. Robinson. Got our route setters fast at work, adjusting the routes, getting it ready for the men. Getting ready for that Korean butt bounce. Ooh. They're with you, man. I didn't even have to prompt that. They totally love it. They dig it. What a cool atmosphere. This is so fun. Chris Sharma, such a luminary, visionary in the sport. Went over to the Spanish island of Majorca, fell in love with this climbing style, total freedom. Had the brainchild, chatted up with some of my buddies here in Salt Lake. They said, let's make this an event. Let's see if people like it. Well, we're 4 years down the line. It looks like it's working out pretty darn well. You guys like Psicobloc? You guys want to see Psicobloc next year? All right. It's outside. Got variables left, right, and center. This is just wild competition. Giddy up, Mr. Robinson. How about that? Can you guys imagine who wants to save up and try and get tickets to watch the event from the pool, in the pool, out on some boats? I'm on a boat. Ah, what a stud, what a stud. Woo! Nobody said it was easy. After this slacklining presentation's over, we got some ski jumps for you, courtesy of our good friends here at the Utah Olympic Park. All right, they're wetting down the ramps. Lube up those ramps so those skiers can let it rip. Give it up for Mr. Robinson. Whoa! A showman to the end. I love it. How close are we? All right, I got good news. My buddy with the t-shirt cannon's back. Oh, now you guys wake up. Now you guys wake up. Where's it going? This is literally the coolest invention ever. All right, is it gonna go across the pool? Do we have it? Should we take the risk? Yeah, they were too quiet. How about them? Oh, dude, they're crazy. They're going crazy. Get all smoked out. All right, we're going to do some more in a minute. Save those vocal cords.
How's everyone doing tonight? I promise you, we'll bring back some more t-shirts. They're Prada t-shirts. You guys are going to love them. We're going to bring them back all night. Right now, though, I'd like to introduce myself. My name's Robbie Lyon, one of the guys here at the pool that runs this whole facility that you guys are seeing right here in front of you, the Spence Eccles Olympic Freestyle Pool. Now, if you've been here to the Utah Olympic Park before, you know why we're here every single day. The reason being that we did not let the 2002 Olympic Winter Games and all the facilities go to waste. So people like yourself can come and enjoy something like this. Unfortunately, some of the Olympic venues have gone to waste, but we were one of the ones that did not let anyone go to waste. Now, oddly enough, the Olympic Summer Games began tonight. Crazy enough. But what we have behind us is for the Winter Olympians, and believe it or not, in 18 months, these guys are going to be competing for the United States of America all the way in South Korea. It is closer than you think. So, we know the climbing events here, but we'd also like to show you what the world's best look like off of these jumps. If you guys are just loud enough, I think we can bring some of the world's best down and give it a round of applause for them. You guys want to see something cool? All right, we're going to start things off up over here. We've actually have them named off of the double jump. And then we have the triple jump, where we like to nickname it Mongo. And for the people right here, you're in the splash zone for sure. So if you don't have your cameras out now, I'd say bring them out now. That's probably about right. So these are the guys from the United States ski team. We have Mr. Holcomb up there. He is on the national team. He's waving his hand up top. These guys are roughly about 20 years old and will be representing the Team USA coming up here in the next Winter Olympics, you guys. So give them on a hand and bring them on down. The louder you are, the higher they're going to go. Set. On course. Heads up. You. Triple backflip, give it up, you guys. U.S. ski team member. All right, we've done 3 backflips off of the double. So, where's the next step that we're going to go? Well, we might as well bring it up to the big daddy up there. We have Mr. Eric Lochran from the United States ski team on the current United States World Cup team. Remember, folks, it's not every 4 years that these guys go out and compete at the Winter Olympics. We have a World Cup tour every single year. There's 8 World Cups, 9 World Cups around the entire world. So these guys are going to compete in Deer Valley. They're going to compete at Moscow, Beijing, all over the place. It's crazy what they get to do. But if you guys are loud, the higher they're going to go. They're going to show you what they're made of. Bring them on down, Mr. Eric Lochran of the United States ski team. On course. Awesome. Give it a round of applause for Eric Lochran, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the whole reason that we are here is because when you see these guys in the X Games, you see them in the Olympics, and you say, how in the world did they get so perfect at their jumps? They all learned it here first and then brought it over to snow, and that is the whole reason why we are here. And we have one man remaining all the way at the top. He's a 2-time national champion. He's a top-ranked World Cup athlete on the United States ski team. He's a 2nd generation, so that means his dad was also on the U.S. ski team. This man, bring him on down, Mr. Nick Seaman of the United States ski team. On course. Doing a bunch of triple flips for you guys. Thank you so much for coming out here to the Utah Olympic Park, folks. We hope you're enjoying your day. And you know what? We might as well hand the mic back off. I'm going to go see if I got some more t-shirts. Let's see how loud you guys can get. Thank you so much for coming out here for Psicobloc. Coming up next, the men.
Awesome. Thanks so much for that, Robbie. We just cannot thank these guys enough for hosting us here, giving us, I mean, that's a show, right? We're getting climbing, we're getting skiing. It's almost like we like our winter sports here. Robbie's got 3 more shirts, and he's wondering, we just kind of had a little dialogue, where are they going to go? I'm just so not impressed. Oh man, I mean, hard to go wrong. Oh. Well, the Ducks get the shirt now. Unruly. All right, let's give these guys one more shot. All right, let's see what we can do. All right, nice one, Robbie. One more shirt. Look it, the skiers are bringing you the shirts. Where's it gonna go? The sound only knows. Boom. Wait, we might have more shirts. Let's not get unruly here. One more shirt. Ever the man for drama. Ever the man. Where's it gonna go? Let's check it out over here. Not. I like this. Oh yeah, right here, right there. To the top. All right. Let's give it up for that ski team. I'm gonna go check in. We got those men on the way. They heard how loud you were for the ladies. They want that same kind of action. All right, we got another performance. High diver, our friend Julian's gonna do a gainer off the top. All right, I'm also, so not only do we have a high dive here, it's gonna be super cool. I think he's a world record holder, but I think I know. He made all these cool flashy hats, his company. If you walk around, you see these rad Psicobloc hip hats. That's his company's doing. Talking also to my buddies over here at Hippie Tree, and they're asking me, hey, you think this crowd's into getting some more stuff from us? And I said, I don't know, let's ask them again. You guys into getting more stuff from Hippie Tree? All right, all right. As soon as this sweet dive show gets underway. We're going to start throwing some stuff out at the back at Hippie Tree. Give it up, give it up. Everybody getting wet. Is that it? Is that it?
All right, that's going to do it for the halftime show. We are back live at the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. Brian Reynolds and Chris Widener here with the action really just getting started here, Chris. We had that really exciting women's final that saw Michaela Kierch just narrowly best Sydney Trinidad, and now we turn our attention to the men.
This is going to be a great show. Even just starting off with Jan Hojer versus Ethan Pringle, this is going to be an awesome one. Now, just like with the women, they were seeded last night. Jan Hojer was in first place. Ethan actually surprisingly came in last place during the seeding round, but he's always been a very strong competitor. So I think even round number 1 is going to go fast, and it's going to be great for the men.
Yeah, as we'll see once the climbers get on the wall, the men's route is very high risk. There's a dyno down low that a lot of the men struggled on, including Ethan Pringle, but Jan Hojer did not struggle at all yesterday. Really just one of the best climbers in the world. It's really a treat to have him here. Won the Seco comp that they had in Milan last September. Former European champion for bouldering, one of the best boulders in the world. So really excited to see Jan Hojer here. It's going to be a tough challenge for any of the other men to beat him, I think, tonight.
It sure will be. That dyno, like you mentioned, is a very tough one. It kind of destroyed a lot of the men's field. They did tweak a few things on the men's finals route before tonight's comp, but just some minor stuff. I believe they made that dyno a little bit easier, slightly, and I think it's still going to be a difficulty comp a little bit more than the women's was, but it still will come down to speed, who can execute the fastest.
As we're going to look at our matchups here, Jan Hojer, Ethan Pringle, Jimmy Webb and Josh Levin, Ben Hanna and Ben Tresco, Remo Sommer against Josh Muller, Carlo Traversi against Chris Sharma, Matty Hong and Jason Hollowach, Matt Fultz against Josh Larson, and then Nathaniel Coleman is our number 2 qualifier against Drew Mack. That is our men's field. Jimmy Webb, a 2-time champion, including last year's abbreviated final.
That's right. Yeah, last year we were stymied by the lightning and the rain. So far, we've just had rain delays this evening, but so far so good for the men's. And as always, the men's field goes so fast, they compete very quickly, and it's going to be over in a blink of an eye, hopefully before the lightning can come and destroy the show again.
Yeah, we're getting some reports that weather might be moving in, so we're going to get this men's show underway here as soon as we can. And like Chris said, the men move through this ridiculously fast. Probably about a minute for the men to race up this wall, despite the fact that the route is somewhere in the hard 513 range. It will not look like that, I promise you, when you see these climbers on the wall.
There were rumors, some athletes were even saying they thought it might be 14A.
It's worth noting that in the Seco comp win that Jan had in Milan last year, he beat Sean McCall, who just laid waste to this field here 2 years ago and just decimated everybody, racing up the wall in like ridiculous times on his way to victory. Unfortunately, Sean not able to join us here this year. We'll love to see him out here competing, but going to crown a new champion, I think, this year. We'll see.
That's right. Yeah, I think it'll be a treat to watch Jan, who's obviously had experience in this format, because experience goes a long way on the Seco wall. It's very, very difficult mentally, and it's a totally different style of climbing. It requires power because you have to do those moves, but it requires endurance, especially if you want to win, because you're going to be climbing back to back, basically. So it's just a really tough, unique, but fun comp. So really happy to be here, about to get underway with Jan Hojer and Ethan Pringle.
You see Jan Hojer there getting ready. Jan from Germany, like we said, one of the best boulders in the entire world. I'm sure a lot of people at home have heard of him. Known for climbing some of the hardest boulder proms out there.
And of course, Ethan climbing 15B and V very hard. I think at least 14, maybe 15. These guys are a couple of the best in the world. Yeah, that's right. Actually, Ethan Pringle climbed V15 12 years ago with the third ascent of Wheel of Life. Some would argue that's more like a route, but hey, V15, baby.
Another local boy, well, he's from Idaho, but he's lived with us for enough years that he can claim him. Matt Fultz, give a hometown welcome to Matt Fultz. He's going up against a buddy of mine, the Scottish Spirit.
I remember seeing a video not too long ago of Jan Hojer on the campus board performing some ridiculous feats. The pure expression of power, as Ben Moon put it years ago. And I think Jan Hojer, more than anyone, can express that power on the campus board and probably on tonight's Psicobloc wall.
Yeah, it really comes in handy in this format because what's the fastest way to do a move is just to pull right through it and not even bother using your feet or anything like that. Just yard right past it. We've seen that in the past with like Sean McCall a couple years ago. But don't sleep on Jimmy Webb. We'll be seeing him in the next pairing after this against Josh Levin. Looks like we're about to get underway with our men's final here. Excuse me, the start of the men's bracket here, Chris.
Good catch.
All right, Jan. All right, Ethan. Let's get ready.
Gonna get Jan Hojer and Ethan Pringle on the wall and get this show started.
We don't got minutes to burn here, so we're gonna get this competition underway.
Ethan has his work cut off for him, and he knows it. But Ethan, actually very experienced Psicobloc climber, climbing in Mallorca quite a bit over the years, so definitely capable. But he's going to have a lot of pressure on him. You notice the route is pretty similar to the women's. They just removed some of the key holds, make this route a little more challenging for the men here.
And like we said earlier, Brian, the route is almost exactly what they climbed yesterday, but not exactly. So there's going to be a couple minor surprises for these guys.
And so far, the guys just kind of feeling it out. This is their first climb of the evening.
Jan just performing the dyno that stymied so many people yesterday, and Ethan sticking it too.
Last night, but not tonight. We're off to a killer start. You guys know this is for the marbles. This is for the money. We want to give you a show.
Ethan doing a nice job keeping pace here. Jan slowing down a little bit as he moves through that volume. Men's route gets a little tricky at the top, as we'll see in just a few moves. A little bit harder to go fast than in years past. Jan almost falling on that move there.
Yeah, I was going to say they actually are climbing slower than normal, but it just is a reflection of how difficult this route is. At least 13 plus.
That is a tricky move at the top there. But it does look like Jan Hojer, our #1 qualifier, got one long move there.
Wow.
Gonna be moving on.
That is an enormous move near the top, and Pringle's off just like that.
So Jan Hojer gonna be moving on. Really great to see Ethan Pringle here again, though. Wish him all the best.
All right, Jan, give the people the jump they want, and let's get going. Jimmy Webb, Josh Levin. Let's get ready. Yep, like I said, Jan won in Milan. He won a bunch of euros over there. I think he's after our dollars.
Next up is going to be Jimmy Webb, our two-time champion, versus Josh Levin. And I believe this is Josh's first Psicocomp, but he's certainly no stranger to competitions. In his early climbing career, he won 19 national champion titles.
Yeah, Josh, one of the most decorated youth competitors in the history of the country. Coming off of a really bad shoulder injury that kept him sidelined quite a bit of last year. So it's nice to see Josh back here this year. Qualified in our open qualifying round on Wednesday evening, or Wednesday afternoon.
Let's do this on ready, set, go.
Definite upset potential here in the first round for Jimmy Webb if he's not careful. Josh Levin, a very fast climber. As we see that right out of the gate here. Josh moving very fast. But Jimmy does have that experience here. He's done this event
Jimmy's always been known, yeah, for his speed, and so he's doing an awesome job. They're neck and neck.
Jimmy just making up huge ground there.
Come on, guys, let's see that first. Josh took a bit of a
Jimmy Webb and Josh Levin just neck and neck right now.
It's definitely looking harder than in past years, like we just said. I mean, they're actually struggling on individual moves.
It just looks like the moves require a little bit more thought and attention than in years past, Chris. You can't just pull through them. Jimmy looking really strong, coming off a summer spent bouldering in Africa. Tricky move here for Jimmy.
Oh.
No, Jimmy hits the eject button, opening the door for Josh Levin.
Yeah, God, the pressure's off now. Josh just needs to make a few more moves, and he will.
Josh needs to stick this move, and that's going to be it for two-time champion Jimmy Webb out in the first round.
Wow, that's a shocker. The crowd is going nuts for Josh Levin. Craziness. Huge last move. He is beyond psyched right now. What an amazing performance, and that is the first upset we've seen in this entire comp yet.
And that is a big upset, Chris. Jimmy was looking really strong, but then just bobbled that last difficult move there and opened the door for Josh Levin, and he took advantage. You can't win the comp in the first round, but you can definitely lose it, and that is what just happened to Jimmy Webb.
An incredible performance in that first round of the men. Wow. I'm surprised to see Jimmy Webb fall off the top. He was in the lead, he was climbing fast, but he didn't have that pressure of being behind. Yet he still fell off the move. It just kind of reinforces how hard this route really is.
And this route almost harkens back to the first Seco comp that was here 4 years ago, where the finals route was pretty difficult and tricky near the top. Didn't make it easy for the competitors to race through that section as much as previous years. So we saw that with Jimmy, and I think we'll probably see with some of the other competitors as we move on to our next matchup here very quickly.
We have the Bens against each other. That's Ben Hanna and Ben Tresco. Oh, wow. That was Ben Tresco making a mistake on the dyno. All Ben Hanna has to do is stick this dyno, and he will be moving on. And there it is for him. He just won that round. He is so psyched to be moving on. He will likely keep going just for more practice on this wall, because as we saw with the women's field, Brian, the more times they actually do the moves, even if it's sacrificing some energy for later on, the better they're off because they can do it faster the next time.
Yeah, that's an interesting strategic decision by Ben here. He could have just dropped off and rested. But like you said, he wants to get that experience on the top of the wall, get some more experience on those moves. He knows how important that'll be in later rounds. Especially since yesterday during qualifying, only 2 of the men made it to the top of the route, in Nathaniel Coleman and Jan Hojer. So the rest of the field looking to get some more experience on these upper moves.
Yeah, these look like very bad holds, both of those holds.
Yeah, that is such a hard move to climb fast on. This is such a long finish move.
Wow. Wow. What an enormous move to a sloping summit. Excellent performance by an elated Ben Hanna.
All right, then let's check that top bag and let's have you jump and let's see it go. All right, Remo.
So Ben Hanna through to the quarterfinals. He will face the winner of our next matchup between Remo Sommer and Josh Muller.
Remo Sommer, also from Zurich, Switzerland, like Natalie Bartschi in our women's round. Remo was competing in World Cups up through 2013. He's a full-time engineer. He's 29 years old.
Facing off against him will be Josh Muller, a 29-year-old Canadian from Alberta. Josh has a pretty incredible resume of climbing numerous hard 514 red points and V14 boulder problems under his belt. So do not be surprised to see both of these climbers do really well here.
Come on, guys. This ain't gonna last forever.
A little slower pace out of the gate here. But remember, the competitors just have to beat their head-to-head matchup to move on to the next round. It doesn't matter what happens in any of the other rounds, any other matchups, just win and advance.
It's that simple. Win and advance. Their time on this round will not count against anyone else's time.
Josh just reeling in that second hand of the dyno. Most of the competitors doing much better on that move tonight, Chris, than they did last night.
Yeah, we saw a shockingly low number of men finish last night, which is why they did tweak the route a little bit. They made that first dyno easier, and they changed some things up here, but I'm not exactly sure what. Whatever it is, it's still very, very hard climbing.
Oh, and there goes Josh Muller. That was a nasty fall. So Remo Sommer gonna move on, and it looks like he is just gonna take the ride and take the victory into the quarterfinal round.
Remo taking the dismount option.
All right, we are halfway through the first round of this men's Psicobloc Masters. We're gonna take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Okay is simply not okay, because okay never made anyone go further, go stronger, go better. Gray is okay, but color is better. That's why at Walltopia we were the first to introduce color to the world of wall climbing. A colorful two-dimensional wall is okay, but 3D curves and deep space design are better. At Walltopia, we pioneered the use of geometrics for climbing walls, just to make sure our walls are the exact opposite of boring. Hey, Chris. Colorful, multi-dimensional walls in a climbing gym are okay. But what if every wall in every gym could grow, evolve, or change? At Walltopia, we designed a harmonized system to help gym owners constantly provide new climbing experiences without any significant investment, delivering the walls to their doorstep and assembling them as well. Being good is okay, but being the best is better. Walltopia has been the leading force in the world of wall climbing for years and remains committed to one thing: innovation. So the next time you hear anything is okay, don't leave it there. Take it further. Okay?
Welcome back to the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. We are right back in the action here with our next set of competitors getting ready to get on the wall. One of our marquee matchups here in the first round, Chris Widener. Carlo Traversi against the 14th seeded Chris Sharma.
Did you say 14th seeded Chris Sharma?
Not a typo.
Wow. And Carlo was seeded 3. Carlo did very, very well in the seeding round last night. Chris Sharma fell low on the dyno twice, and again, they did change that dyno to make it slightly easier. So yeah, Carlo Traversi, 28 years old versus Chris Sharma, who's now 35. Chris Sharma, by the way, is the founder of this competition, the Psicobloc Masters. He is the first ever climber on Earth to climb 515 when he sent biography in Seyouz, France in 2001.
You can see Chris there conferring with some last-second advice from climbing legend Boone Speed out here making some photos at the event. Definitely look for those. Always great photography from Boone Speed.
Carlo is one of the most experienced climbers in this competition, having climbed V15. He's climbed many 514 pluses. He's done super well in competitions for many, many years. He's just an all-around solid climber. Great guy. You can tell how smart his climbing is by watching him. But even still, it must be a bit intimidating going up against Chris Sharma himself.
I don't know if Carlo would be intimidated by that. Carlo climbs with confidence.
That's true, yeah, good point, good point.
And I think Carlo has experience in this event. I think he's actually faced off against Chris in the past, so.
Yeah, okay.
He's gunning for the old man.
All right, all right. Especially now, Sharma has a kid.
That's right.
He is a father.
See him out there rocking the dad bod here in a little bit.
That's right. Sharma is somebody's father. That's crazy.
It sounds so individual. You're up there on the wall by yourself, no glaring. So what I hear from all the guys is it's got to be the most community-driven style of climbing. Everybody is so actively with each other.
As we mentioned earlier, Chris did not complete the dyno on either attempt during the seeding round last night, so he is not familiar with the upper part of this wall at all. So he has his work cut out for him. Carlo made it much higher.
It appears that we're waiting just a bit for the wall itself to be dried off. One issue that was happening earlier is when climbers fall low, the splash from their entry into the water actually gets the bottom of the wall and some of the holds wet. So I think that's what's going on. They're drying all that off just to make it a fair comp here.
Yeah, and it's not so much of a problem at the beginning for the holds to be wet, but if the climbers' shoes get wet, you know, it doesn't really dry out as they climb higher in the wall, and we don't want climbers to start at a disadvantage like that. So they're just going to let things dry out for just a little bit. Coming up after Carlo and Chris face off, we'll have Matty Hong and Jay Hollowach from Canada facing off, followed by Matt Fultz against Josh Larson, and then Nathaniel Coleman, our second place qualifier, against Drew Mack, one of our wild card entries.
We got some of the female competitors out there helping out the men, drying off the holes. That's Michaela Kierch, our female champion this year, drying off some holds, and Nina Williams in the foreground.
Just getting some bonus climbing in.
Why not?
All right, let's get those holes dry.
See, we've got Jan Hojer and Josh Levin through to the quarterfinals, along with Ben Hanna and Remo Sommer. Getting some extra rest right now, actually.
Yeah, then that could prove crucial later on.
All right, we are ready to go. Carlo and Chris getting on the wall for their first round matchup.
This is definitely going to be an exciting match. I've been looking forward to this one all night.
Oh, Chris, not quite ready there.
That was classic.
Spotting Carlo a couple move head start just to keep things interesting.
Yeah, well, judging from the start, Brian, I'm going to say you were right. Carlo does not look the least bit intimidated.
But as we saw with Jimmy and Josh Levin, wow, Carlo just reeling it in with style. Saw that a slip up high can open the door for your competitor. Chris is making up ground. trying to keep pace with Carlo. This is where a lot of the competitors have had to slow down to negotiate this tricky volume section.
Sometimes it's just faster to campus. Do it that Sharma way. Come on, Chris.
Wow. Oh, Sharma
Chris
almost
is
pulling ahead.
This is where Chris is inexperienced with the top of this route. I think it's going to hurt him a little bit. But he is just a move behind Carlo. Anything could happen right here. The crux move. But Carlo Traversi just one move away from shutting the door on Chris Sharma. And Carlo's going to do it.
And Carlo
slam
makes
dunking
it happen,
his way.
just a body length ahead of Chris Sharma himself.
Carlo through to the quarterfinal.
What a show by Carlo Traversi and Chris Sharma. On top of the wall, they're both psyched.
Always a treat to see Chris out here competing. You don't see him on the competition circuit much anymore these days. That's what makes Psicocomp such a special event. One of many ways.
And aside from the competition even, Chris Sharma is responsible in a large way for bringing just popular psych about Seko bouldering as it is in Europe to here, because Sharma has put up some of the hardest Psicobloc routes in the world outdoors. Thinking, of course, of Espanta's 515B in Mallorca, Spain.
Yeah, he has a certain way of making things popular once he once he does it. All right, a great matchup there between Carlo and Chris. That's going to do it for Chris Sharma at this year's Psicocomp. Carlo Traversi moving on to face the winner of our next matchup between Matty Hong and Jay Hollowach.
Matty Hong always is a fast climber on this wall. He's always coming out strong.
Yeah, Matty's been a little uneven at this comp over the years. Obviously really talented and capable, but has a little bit of a history of falling lower than you would expect. We'll see how he does here. Matty, the higher seed in this matchup, the number 6 seed against Jay Hollowach, Canadian climber, our number 11 seed. Won several youth national championships. Out to an early lead right now.
Jay Hollowach making that dyno look easy. He is just motoring through.
Now he's got that static style, or that hold-to-hold one-hand style. Nice one. Gratuitous amounts of force. But man, Jay's got a nice little lead. Jay is on fire. Come on, Jay.
Jay way out in front right now. Gonna have to make a mistake to open up the door for Matty here. Matty making up ground.
Matty's not far behind. This is still anybody's race. Come on, guys. You see world-class climbers up here doing it.
Do not forget that these climbers are jumping around on this wall 45, 50 feet off the deck, Chris.
It's a very scary place to be up there. It just simply is. And the expertise with which these climbers are seemingly ignoring that fact is amazing.
Tough last move. Jay Hollowach opening the door for Matty Hong.
Matty knows that he can make this now.
Matty Hong can move on to the next round if he gets this last move. He is getting psyched. He knows he can do this move. And Matty Hong,
and he makes it happen. Matty
moving
Hong
on
from behind, taking advantage of the mistake made by Jay Hollowach, who was just crushing this route. Matty Hong is moving on.
And that's the way this venture is going to go, Chris. I think the door is never really shut until you're on top of the wall.
And on top of the wall in this competition, Brian, means 2 hands touching. I can totally see people on this last move jumping and slapping the top. That will not count.
Matty getting nice elevation off the top there. No bonus points for that, but
he might have actually fallen about 60 feet with that jump.
He is psyched. You could see his reaction once he knew that he could do that last move. Great performance by Jay Hollowach, though. Just coming inches away from moving on to the next round. That's how it goes here.
What a great matchup between those two.
We're going to get ready for our next pair of competitors here. Matt Fultz and Josh Larson. Two exciting competitors. Matt, a 25-year-old climber from Nampa, Idaho. Just got engaged recently, so he is climbing with a purpose out here. Trying to get his share of that $20,000 purse.
That's right. There is $20,000 being given away at this competition tonight.
And one of the more exciting competitors out there, Josh Larson on the right.
And Josh has a long history of competitions, placing third at the Bouldering Nationals in 2015. He's competed in World Cups. He sets for dark horse competitions. He's done all kinds of stuff outside. General, great guy. Excellent Snapchat story. Nice.
Josh is not afraid to go for it out here. Is he gonna get a rebate on this move?
They're now synced up. This is what we're here for at Psicobloc. It's coming down to a race on a 513 plus route, Brian. This is insane.
They're literally climbing move for move right now. This is the closest matchup we've seen thus far for the men. Josh just going for it.
They should have synchronized climbing in the Olympics, because this is darn exciting to watch.
It is anybody's game right now.
They know they can't make a mistake, but they have to get in front of the other guy. Who's going to take it?
Josh, you can see he's running out of juice. Matt Fultz closing him out. You can see Josh open up on his left arm there, and it was all over.
Wow.
Matt Fultz going to be moving on to the quarterfinals.
Incredible show by Josh Larson, and Matt Fultz is the one getting to the top and moving on.
Incredible race there between Matt Fultz and Josh Larson. Move for move until maybe 3 moves to the top, and then saw Josh Larson just run out of gas. It's gonna happen.
We're already coming up with our last pair in the first round for the men tonight. We're going to have second place in the seeding round, Nathaniel Coleman, and 15th seed Drew Mack.
And they are out on the wall. Nathaniel Coleman, a 19-year-old climber from Murray, Utah, our reigning national champion in bouldering, dethroning Daniel Woods earlier this year in Madison. Nathaniel, one of the bright stars, coming up, facing off against Drew Mack, 21-year-old climber out of Kentucky. One of our wild card qualifiers, facing off against one of the big dogs, Nathaniel Coleman.
Wow. Nathaniel Coleman floating the dyno.
Nathaniel is making this look ridiculously easy right now. Drew reeling it in though. I talked to him a little bit before finals. He is super psyched to be here competing on this stage after watching the last few years. Exciting opportunity for climbers to come out here, compete against this field. That is going to be it for Drew Mack. Not able to keep pace with Nathaniel Coleman. Looks like he's just going to finish up here.
He might as well get a little bit more practice for the next round. And Nathaniel Coleman making those jumpy moves look easy.
So that's going to do it for our first round of this men's Psicobloc Masters. One major upset during this opening round. Jimmy Webb out, falling to Josh Levin in a close matchup. Other than that, no real upsets to speak of at this point, based on the seedings here, Chris. We're going to get set for our quarterfinals. We're going to take a quick break. Be right back. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back poolside at the 2016 Psicobloc Masters. Just catching our breath here after the first round of the men's final here. Chris Widener, what do you make of that first round here?
That was an incredible first round, fast as always for the men, but not as fast as ever, because this route is hard. We could see it in every single competitor actually having a little bit of difficulty with individual moves. The biggest upset, of course, was Jimmy Webb is out. He was out-climbed by Josh Levin.
Yeah, this is a really interesting route this year, Chris. It's providing a real interesting test for the climbers. They can't go quite as fast as they have in the past. They really have to be careful on that top move, as we saw with Jimmy. He fell like 2 moves from the top on a really tricky move and opened the door for Josh to sneak past him and get into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it seems like, in my opinion, the setting is perfect, because this is what they want. They don't want it to be a pure speed comp, and they don't want it to, they want people to top out. And so this is actually a perfect balance for that, it seems. And Josh Levin, the guy who beat Jimmy Webb, will be in our next round here against top-seeded Jan Hojer, who probably of all made it look the easiest.
Yeah, Jan has definitely shown incredible form here, both in the seeding round and then in his first round matchup against Ethan Pringle. Still the man to beat. But as we saw with Josh against Jimmy, anything can happen. So we will see. We've got the stage set here for our quarterfinal round to get started. Jan and Josh are going to get out onto the wall.
You may recognize Josh Levin not only from his dozens of competition wins, but he was also a competitor on season 8 of American Ninja Warrior.
All right, Jan, Josh, let's do it. Ready, set, go!
Fast start by Josh Levin. You saw interesting differences in their starting position there. But as we've seen, Jan can make up ground in a hurry. An incredibly lanky climber.
I think Josh knows that he has nothing to lose by climbing a little faster than he may even be comfortable with, because there's no way he's going to be able to just kind of cruise up this route. He needs to race.
But Jan just making up huge ground there. Slowing down a little bit. Josh pulling even once again. These guys are neck and neck.
We're going up against the world competitor. You're doing awesome. Let's get it up.
Jan just pouring it on right now. Approaching this top crux.
Come on.
And Jan using a different sequence than all the others.
Look at that power from Jan Hojer. Josh Levin putting on a game performance here, but it's just not going to be enough against Jan Hojer. Just a beast of a competitor.
An incredible show by Jan Hojer. At least he had to try.
Josh is going to take his time now, but Jan Hojer is going to be tough to beat here.
Nice. Very good by Josh Levin. As Kyra Condie told us in the interview earlier, she would rather top out and jump than fall in the last few moves. So I bet that was going through Josh's mind. It's definitely scarier to fall when you're slightly out of control rather than jump even from a bit higher.
Yeah, I think it's definitely better to go off on your own terms. We've seen that for a lot of the competitors here. So Jan Hojer through to the semifinal. Going to face off against the winner of our next quarterfinal matchup between Ben Hanna and Remo Sommer.
Now Remo, this is the first time I've seen him climb, and I got to say he's going to be a tough competitor for Ben Hanna to beat. But then again, Ben Hanna just put the hammer down in the last round, so you never know.
And Ben does have a little bit more experience. He did compete here last year.
He's also been climbing forever. He started when he was 3 years old, Brian.
I don't do math on the air, Chris, but that's a long time. Ben, the number 5 seed, up against Remo, the 4 seed. We're moving right through this men's round, and away they go. We've seen repeatedly that a fast start actually does not necessarily predict the finish here. Josh Levin got a fast start the last round, and Jan was able to blow by him at the finish.
Wow. What an amazing dyno for these guys. I love it. Ben Hanna just nailing it. They're both climbing with purpose here. They have to.
Ben pulling ahead.
Come on, guys. You guys are doing it. Totally doing it.
We're starting to see that execution that we saw with the women, Chris. Guys memorizing these moves and just executing up here. Making you forget they're climbing 514, 50 feet above a pool of water.
God, and Ben Hanna is really just focused and pulling ahead, and he's taking the win.
Ben Hanna.
He's taking the win.
Through to the semifinal. He is psyched.
Oh my. What an incredible show by Ben Hanna. The determination on his face you can see from here, 200 feet away from the wall, is just incredible.
And once again there, Chris, he was a little bit behind around the halfway point and was able to move ahead and make up significant ground on the second half of the route for a relatively comfortable victory there.
It's funny watching these climbers get to the top and they are just simply winded as if they had truly just run a race.
It's going to be Carlos and Matty Hong. All right, guys, let's do it on 3, 2, 1, go!
Excellent show.
Give it up for those competitors.
Next up, we're going to have 2 boulder-based athletes and friends, Carlo Traversi versus Matty Hong. This is going to be a good one.
Carlo, Matty, let's traverse out when you're ready.
Gosh, it seems like they didn't climb very long ago. They surely are still holding a pump from the original round. And yet here they are, stepping up again. Carlo Traversi and Matty Hong.
Yeah, as this comp progresses, it just goes so fast. Rapid fire for these competitors.
Come on, Alex, reverse out. Get those spotlights going. Light those boys up. All right, let's do it on ready, set, go! Remember, Matty Hong, fabulous outdoor sport climber, comes from a legacy climbing family. Carlo Traversi, total powerhouse.
Carlo Traversi coming off first round victory over Chris Sharma. Trying to keep that momentum going.
All right, Matty Hong.
See who does it better here. Second-hand optional, Chris.
Yeah, no kidding. I love how Matty's just rocking the one-arm dyno there and just sticking it. These two friends are often in the gym at the same time. They climb together, and they are neck and neck, 3/4 of the way up this wall.
It is anybody's game right now, Chris. Carlo pulling slightly ahead. Maybe a half move.
Carlo's doing his dynamic thing, but Matty still could take it. Matty's just right there, too.
Matty hesitating just a little bit there. Carlo pulling a little bit more ahead. Carlo Traversi sealing the deal here, moving on to the semifinal. Just narrowly beating Matty Hong.
Wow.
One of our closest matchups yet.
Wow, what a show. That was a second or two difference with Carlo Traversi pulling ahead. Great show by the two Boulder athletes.
All right, we got a super special round coming up next. Two locals, Matt Fultz and Nathaniel Coleman.
See, Carlo kept a really consistent speed there. Matty hesitating just a little bit on a couple of the moves at the top, costing him.
Let's get this show on the road.
And now we just have one spot left in our semifinal. It's going to be either Matt Fultz or Nathaniel Coleman, joining Jan Hojer, Ben Hanna, and Carlo Traversi. And we will have a new men's champion this year.
We absolutely will.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Matty's having fun with it.
Matty jumping the gun there, so to speak.
Giving this packed house a show here.
Yeah.
There are people everywhere.
This is great. I'm so excited to see this many people. No rain right now. Amazing. And it is packed. There are people everywhere, including on boats in the Olympic swimming pool. This is insane. We had 3 boats airlifted into this pool earlier today.
And here we go with our last quarterfinal matchup, Matt Fultz and Nathaniel Coleman. Nathaniel, our number 2 qualifier after yesterday's seeding. Matt Fultz knows he's going to have to climb at his absolute best right now.
Unbelievably strong on plastic, on stone. They do it all in front of us. Whoever wins this goes 3-7.
It will be very hard to beat Nathaniel Coleman. That is true.
One local. Who will it be? There can only be one. Nathaniel's a casual dino. Just jumping it. Whatever. No big deal. Matt. He's not
Nathaniel
far behind.
cruising to an early lead here.
He's got it if he wants it. All right. Nathaniel's got a little bit of the lead, but
Climbing so smoothly, not second guessing any move, just moving right through, executing, not leaving any window for Matt Fultz to make up ground here. As Matt hesitates there, Nathaniel well on his way to semifinals here if he can just make these next 2 moves.
all right, Nathaniel, he's eyeing up the end.
Making it look casual. Nathaniel Coleman easily into semifinals.
Wow. Matt Fultz putting in an awesome show too. He is climbing fast, he's climbing well. It just wasn't enough to beat Nathaniel Coleman.
See Nathaniel, though, looking a little pumped on the top of the wall. He's going to take a seat and catch his breath. Cheer on Matt. Great job by Matt Fultz. Seeing a lot of competitors make it to the top after a difficult seeding round yesterday, Chris.
Yeah, that's
right. Guys really
right.
stepping it up here.
Yeah, and it must be due to the tweaks a little bit because a lot of men were falling on the dyno down low yesterday. They changed it a touch. Now more men are making it. Like I said earlier, Brian, I think this is the ideal route because most men are finishing. There's definitely an element of speed, a big one, but it's still difficult enough where you just cannot race up it.
Yeah, really great adjustments from our route setting crew. Stephen Jeffrey, Danny Andrada, Miguel Riera. Great job by those three guys. Getting this wall ready under a pretty tight deadline this week.
Yep.
Painting the canvas for these climbers to put on this show.
If you're Nathaniel Coleman, how many chalk bags do you even bring to this competition?
We're going to get set for our semifinal here. Going to be Jan Hojer facing off against Ben Hanna, and Carlo Traversi against Nathaniel Coleman, vying for a spot in the final, where they'll go head-to-head. But right now we're going to catch our breath and get ready for that semifinal. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Limit yourself. Or unlimit yourself. The maps are drawn to get you lost, until you draw your own. Limit yourself. Or unlimit yourself. Question the answers so often, they demand you leave and go elsewhere. Forget any dreams that bind you to drab realities or false dramatics. Unlimit your days and nights once more. Frontiers are wherever you decide. Unlimit yourself, because how else will you and your life, your body and mind, belong to possibility?
Welcome back to 2016 Psicobloc Masters. We are live at the Utah Olympic Park in Park City, Utah. Brian Reynolds and Chris Widener here poolside calling the action here. Getting ready for the men's semifinal, Chris.
That's right. This is going to be an exciting one. We have Jan Hojer, who is seated as #1 from last night, versus Ben Hanna, who is climbing with a purpose tonight. He is just crushing it.
He really has his work cut out for him, though, Chris. Jan is looking unassailable right now so far through 2 rounds, but we've seen anything can happen. A slip, there's a dyno, there's that top crux. Definitely possible for anything to happen here.
If I knew what unassailable meant, Brian, I'd probably agree with you. We also have Carlo Traversi versus Nathaniel Coleman, and Nathaniel, God, he has just been looking flawless. But then there's Carlo. He also is looking flawless. It's really hard to say who's going to win that one.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible semifinal here. All these guys trying to get into the final. Trying to take that coveted Seco Comp crown. Joining the likes of Jimmy Webb and Sean McCall as past champions for the men.
All right, we got Jan and Ben. Let's get you guys up. Get you on deck.
Looks like there's a party going on back in the athlete area there, Chris.
Yeah, we got...
Gonna need a bigger hot tub next year.
Zang. Yeah, we got we got folks in the hot tub. chilling. We got fires all around, drying chalk bags and shoes. There's like gourmet food, or at least I like to think there's gourmet food. At least there's Cliff Bars in the back.
Gourmet bars.
Yeah, it's a cool scene here. It's a different scene, vastly different than any other competition, which is why Psicobloc Masters is such a special competition. And having talked to a lot of the athletes earlier tonight, it's special to them too. They come here and they have fun. And this is just not the serious competition that bouldering nationals is, or sport climbing nationals, or even just the local comps. This is something that athletes come to do. None of them have that much experience like outdoors or doing other comps like this, really.
Not a lot of practice at the Seco comp discipline.
And it's not like they're out training for it. So one reason this comp is so special.
Jan trying to find a dry spot there to get started.
You guys are getting broadcasted worldwide live on the web, right as we speak. We got world-class climbers. Speed difficulty, climbing up a 5-story building. Side walls, short course by Walter here.
Climbers getting into position. Looking at the brackets here, Chris, not a lot of upsets, similar to the women. We expected the men's field to be a little bit more dynamic in that regard, but so far most of the favorites have made it through.
The great exception, of course, was Jimmy Webb getting trounced in the first half. Trounced is pushing it, but Jimmy Webb not moving on from the first round. But yeah, you're right. It's kind of going as the seeding numbers would explain.
We'll see if Ben Hanna can upset our #1 qualifier, Jan Hojer.
Putting on liquid chalk right now, which is actually a crucial piece of equipment here at the Seco comp. Having that liquid chalk get on you and dry your hands and keep your hands dry for a little bit longer than they otherwise would if you just put regular chalk on.
Yeah, you'll notice there's not a lot of time for chalking up on this route.
All right, let's get my competitors to traverse on in when you're ready. Happy with the round, let's do it.
Every second counts, as we've seen, especially in that close battle between Carlo Traversi and Matty Hong that got Carlo into the semifinal. Climbers were so close. And I think as we get deeper into this men's competition, it's just going to get even closer. Similar to how we saw with the women. Climbers really up their game as the comp progresses. I think we are about ready to get started with our first men's semifinal. Climbers are in position.
Ready, set, go!
Fast start from Ben Hanna. But we saw that happen with Jan in the previous round. This opponent got off to a fast start, and he just made up ground in a hurry.
These guys have to still be pumped from their previous rounds.
Ben Hanna feeling it after that dyno. You can see him just exploding up the wall, keeping pace with Jan Hojer. In fact, maybe a half move ahead right now. But Ben struggling on that move. That cost him a lot of time. He was ahead of Jan Hojer there, but now Jan pulling ahead by a move. Now 2 moves. Ben's gonna have
both want it so bad.
Ben is going to have to hurry, or Jan has got to make a mistake. But Jan Hojer powering through into the final. Great show from Ben Hanna, though. He was ahead for a lot of that round.
Oh, wow. What an incredible competition. Look at that showmanship and sportsmanship up top. Just barely beating Ben Hanna, Jan Hojer at the top first, and he will be moving on. And they're both excited. They are both excited after doing that sprint.
You could see after Ben stuck the dyno, he got really excited and was powering through those next moves, and it really served him well. But then he struggled on moving off that volume, you could see him hesitate, and that's where Jan made his decisive move, would not relinquish the lead after that.
Yeah, there's some tricky footwork in there, including like a heel-hand match and some crossovers that just are technical enough that they slow the climber down if it's hard. And it is hard for everyone up there. So yeah, it's just goes to show the skill involved with someone like both of these guys up there, being able to climb through that stuff so fast.
Let's do it on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, back. Awesome. Cool to see it having fun up there at the top. Let's get my next round of competitors up there.
And with that, we'll get set for our next semifinal. It'll be Carlo Traversi and Nathaniel Coleman facing off for a spot in the final. Vying to face off against Jan Hojer. I think we saw in that last round that Jan definitely vulnerable to be beaten. We saw Ben keep pace with him pretty well for most of the route there. Just without a couple bobbles there, he might have taken it.
Carlo Traversi, your local boy, Nathaniel Coleman.
Remember, Carlo and Nathaniel both just climbed within the last 10 or 15 minutes. It's going to be both of their third routes of the evening in a pretty short period of time here, so fatigue is definitely going to start coming into play here. But it's balanced by the fact that the climbers are getting more familiar with the moves on each run up the wall. And in many cases, even when the climbers get more fatigued, they actually still perform better just because of that familiarity with the moves. Their muscle memory starts to kick in, and they're able to just execute without having to worry about getting too tired.
I don't know if I've seen more liquid chalk ever applied than what Carlo just had on his hands. You know he wants it.
Let's just fill the pool with liquid chalk.
All right, boys. Let's get ready.
Yeah, you can tell these guys are nervous. They're both fit for the top, and they just need to make it happen. No mistakes. Simple as that.
This is a really exciting matchup here, Chris. Two of our top qualifiers, Carlo and Nathaniel.
All right, you got Carlo and your local boy, Nathaniel Coleman.
Gonna put it all out here right now. Punch their ticket to the final.
Go!
Carlo off to a quick start.
Great competitors. You guys want to see a local take on?
What's crazy from here is that every time they grab a hold, it looks as if they're just velcroing onto a surface. What you can't tell is that they just really need to grab these holds very, very precisely and in a certain way. And they're so good and so fast that they're making it just look easy.
Saw Nathaniel make up a little bit of ground on that dyno when he reeled it in with the second hand, pulling ahead of Carlo right now. They are still neck and neck.
Come on, Nathaniel. Come on, Carlo. Come on, a good show.
Carlo just a half move behind right now. Just a few moves to go. It's anyone's game right now. Nathaniel Coleman pulling it out. One move ahead of Carlo Traversi.
Wow. Nathaniel Coleman pulling it off at the last moment again. What a perfect matchup between Carlo and Nathaniel.
You can tell these guys have really dialed in this route, Chris. They are not making it look hard at all. So that's going to set up our final between Jan Hojer and Nathaniel Coleman, our top two qualifiers.
Yep, I got to say that is no surprise. Many of these guys could have been in those two spots, but it's no surprise.
As these climbers get up the wall, will be another break to let them recover for just a little bit before the final. Let them catch their breath. Depump just a little bit. So just a few minutes. Gonna have our final between Nathaniel Coleman and Jan Hojer. But first,
right now we have Jimmy Webb in the booth with us. Previous two-time champion here at Psicobloc, and he was out on the first round. Tell us about the first round. How did it go?
Just got pumped, man. The route's pretty, it's harder this year, and it's just pretty consistent, and the last couple of holds up there are pretty small, you know, so you get tucked in real tight, and, you know, I just got loaded, man. I don't know. I haven't been sport climbing much recently, and, you know, they did a great job with the route this year, and they made it really consistent. It builds as you go, so, you know, maybe we'll see some guys like melting off the top here in the final. I don't know.
Yeah, it was just a great show from you. We're all surprised, I'd have to say, to see you fall off, but God, what a great route. Like you said, it looks like it was just perfectly set.
It's perfectly set route, and it's hard. Yeah, like I said, it's a hard route this year, so have to come back next year a little bit, you know, better prepared for what they're trying to do to us out there, you know?
Yeah, it seems like the route this year, you can't climb with as much reckless abandon maybe as last year's, and 2 years ago especially, you could climb really fast. The holds were a little bit bigger, I think. How does that change your approach when you're thinking about, like, you know, if somebody's ahead of you, like, how do you make up ground? How do you approach the overall climb?
Well, I mean, basically, like, I mean, a lot of people are topping the route right now, you know, but like yesterday, only like 2 people topped the route, so you didn't really think that you'd actually have to worry about speed at all. You thought maybe like, okay, I just need to try to make it to the top of the wall and hope my opponent might, you know, fall off the last few moves, which is what happened a lot yesterday. So yeah, it's a totally different strategy. The last couple of years have been just more like fast pace and, you know, crazy. And this year is a bit more, you have to be a bit more methodical. So chalking up, making sure you get the holds right and pacing yourself. Because if you go real fast, like without even, you know, without pacing yourself, then you're going to melt off the top. And that's exactly what I did. I kind of hit high gear too fast, and by the time I got to the top, I was a little too loaded to finish it out. So it goes, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, great show up there. It was always so fun to watch you.
For sure.
And
cool.
yeah, all of these guys are super strong. And it's
it's a strong field this year, man.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool. I think this place is getting more popular every year. So.
And what about the final, Jimmy? These guys have climbed the route 3 times now, so they're going to be more tired but more familiar with the route. What's it like in the final?
I'm thinking it's going to be just a fast-paced, like, brawl between those 2 guys, man. Like, they're both really good competitors. They're both really good under pressure. Jan is a seasoned veteran when it comes to World Cup climbing. He's been, you know, climbing in the circuit for years on end. So he's a competitor, man. He's gonna put Nathaniel to the test. And Nathaniel's an up-and-comer, one of the strongest kids I've climbed with in a long time, and he's in the same boat, you know. So this is going to be it's going to be an epic battle, I think. I'm pretty psyched to watch it.
Nice. And that epic battle will probably be over in less than a minute.
Maybe. 45 seconds probably tops. That's what I'm calling.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us here, Jimmy. Really appreciate it.
Cool.
Yeah, great to see you out here, Jimmy. Thanks.
Cheers, guys.
Big thanks to Jimmy Webb, 2-time champion of this event, coming back for another year, not able to make it out of the first round. Like you said, anything could happen out there. It's a really difficult route, and I think it's been really a great route as far as showcasing what these competitors are capable of.
Absolutely, Brian. I think in the past we've had routes that were a little too hard and then possibly a little too easy, and this just really does seem to be perfectly set for the men. And as Jimmy said, this really will be a brawl. It's going to be great.
Speaking of a brawl, there are the local mascots, 2 ducks hanging out in the pool.
That's right. You know what? They're so cool. I love them. I feel like they're both females, though, aren't they?
I'm not really a naturalist, so I hesitate to guess. But they've been having a good time out there in the pool all night.
They've made it for life, it appears. whoever they are.
All right, once again, we are in our athlete break right now, giving these flight in just a few minutes. We're gonna hang tight here poolside, get some more athlete interviews for you, hoping to talk to our women's champion, Michaela Kierch, #1 qualifier for the women. Came out here, made it look pretty easy, Chris.
That's right. Michaela dominated every single round, and she deserves the win, period.
Now she's gonna be bringing home for Chicago and the whole Midwest crew out there. I know a lot of people out there watching, excited to see her take the title this year. We are efforting a couple guests at the moment. Going to be joined in just a second by Michaela Kierch. Fresh off her victory.
Michaela Kierch, welcome to the booth, and big congratulations. I'm so happy
great job
to have seen you do that up there. First of all, just tell us a bit about how it felt in that final round.
Honestly, when you're climbing the route, I kind of like get super in the zone, and I just want to climb as fast as possible. So I think I changed my sequence a couple times, but then when I got to the top, it's like a huge like deflated moment where you're kind of like, oh, I need to breathe, I need to chill out. But I'm super psyched to have accomplished my goal. You know, I really wanted to win. I've been working hard all year, so I'm happy to be here.
That's awesome. Yeah, so speaking of working hard all year, you've been placing really well in a lot of comps. You've been working toward this. What prepared you for this comp, and how have you done so well all year?
So I did this cycle comp last year, or 2 years ago, and last year I took a year off, and I didn't do a practice run, so I kind of went into it cold turkey, and was like kind of psyched because I didn't remember how nervous I used to be, so the fear factor was kind of gone, and then as soon as I knew I could get to the top, I was way more focused on climbing as fast as I could.
Nice. That's awesome.
Well, it looks like we're getting close here for the men. What do you make of the men's field? What do you make of the men's field here?
I think the men's route is so much harder than what we had, and doing those dynos, I know I would definitely be nervous. You have to be so confident. You have to be really confident going into it, and I know I didn't jump off the top because I'm such a weenie. I'm so scared of jumping into water from that height. I'm not sure why, but it takes a lot of bravery and confidence to get to the top of that wall and then take the plunge.
Absolutely. Well, hey, thanks so much, Michaela, for joining us, and congratulations. I'm so happy
Michaela.
for you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, awesome job.
Michaela Kierch, our 2016 Psicobloc Masters champion for the women. Incredible job by her. I think she's going to have a good night. It looks like we're about ready to get started with our men's final. Jan Hojer will be climbing on the left side of the wall up against Nathaniel Coleman on the right, our top two qualifiers.
Both of these guys are more than competent to get to the top of this wall. It's going to come down to speed, but they know that it's easy to make a mistake. Either of these guys could win. This is going to be a great matchup, and it's going to be over fast.
Yeah, do not turn away from your TV or viewing device.
Devices.
This is round 4 of the 514. This is like 12 class. 4 514s in less than an hour. These are world-class athletes, giving it everything. Yeah, no, this is so fun. So amazing things to say. Team, it's just been so much fun to have over here. He's got so much experience in this world. And man, he just set a great route. He just set the path over in Canada, and he's super psyched. So we're really fortunate to have him down Harvard just providing that. All right, it's happening. The boys.
All right, here we go. The men's final about to start. Jan Hojer and Nathaniel Coleman getting in position, ready to blast off towards the championship. Here we go. An incredible start for both guys.
In the men's final.
Great start for both climbers. The dyno is where there's really been a lot of separation here. Jan first through it, but Nathaniel right behind him. They are move for move.
Wow, they are still move for move, 3/4 of the way up this wall.
Jan making a slight bobble there. Nathaniel pulling ever so slightly ahead. The crowd is going nuts here. They want to see it.
Oh my.
These guys are getting out of control. It is
Neck
nuts
and
here.
neck
It is
to the
move
top.
to move. Jan Hojer.
Oh!
Jan Hojer, 2016 Psicobloc champion.
Insane.
Slam dunks Nathaniel Coleman 55 feet
Wow.
to the pool.
And Nathaniel Coleman had made that move look so easy every other time, but he was just at his red limit up there and missed the top. He has got to be satisfied with that effort anyway.
Nathaniel Coleman is spent. Jan Hojer is psyched. Back-to-back Seco comp victories for him after winning in Milan last year.
What
Now
an
winning
amazing
here
show
in
by
Park
Jan
City.
Hojer.
Incredible energy from both climbers at the top of the wall there, Chris. You can see them, just the psych just coming out of them on each move.
Wow. And just like that, we have a men's winner, Jan Hojer, the new champion 2016 Psicobloc Masters.
What an incredible finish. That is a good ending, Mike Call, yes. That is the way we like to finish here at the Seco Comp.
And just like that, we also have Chris Sharma joining us here in the booth. First, we're going to hear Jan. Okay, so Chris Sharma in the booth. Thanks for coming here.
Of course, man. Thank you guys for being here. What an amazing night.
Yeah.
So great to see it all come together. Every year trying to, step it up a little bit more.
Absolutely. How's it been this year?
Well, this year, I mean, as you can see, we've got a new wall, lots of amazing competitors, and I think the route setting was really on. It created a really perfect show, and that was what we were trying to achieve. We had a little bit of a scare with the rain. After last year, it was. I kind of felt terrified for a sec that we were going to have another year like that. But then when it cleared away, and personally, just super psyched that I was able to climb the route this time. In the practice round, I wasn't able to do the dyno, so I was a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
And it's great. This is like a big celebration for climbing, and I think everyone had a great time, and I think we all achieved what we set out to achieve, to really show our sport in this amazing way.
Yeah.
And I think I would imagine everyone else would agree, right?
Absolutely. 100%. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Anything else about tonight's competition, in particular the men's field? What did you just think of this?
I mean, what an amazing final with Nathaniel and Jan. Photo finish, and I think one of the delicate sides to this competition from a climber standpoint is we're trying to have this head-to-head format. It's really a great way to show off our sport to the mainstream, but we still want to maintain its authenticity, and we don't want it to become just a speed climb. So I think the route was set really perfectly. It was about a 5:14 something, and it was set really well. Danny Andrada, Stephen Jeffries, Miguel Riera, they did an amazing job. And, I mean, the whole team, everyone, came together the whole community, to everyone to come together to make this event a success. So, pretty happy.
What do you think about the future of the Seco Comp? Do you see it moving to different venues? We had the comp in Milan last year. We've had the comp here for 4 years. Where do you see the future going?
So we did Milan last year. We're going to be doing Sydney later on this year.
Oh, wow.
Hope to do it again in Milan, perhaps another European destination, maybe Asia. So yeah, we're hoping to build out a whole world tour. And it's cool. You have the World Cups, which is very, going to the Olympics, which is super exciting. And I feel like Seco Comp is kind of capturing this maybe a little more playful side of climbing, which is really fun. I think both have their place, and
yeah, it's an exciting time to see our sport kind of grow, and especially an event like this, I feel like yeah, it's great to see it so receptive, and yeah, pretty special to see it all come together.
Yeah, it's been a big week for climbing. As climbing made it into the Olympics, it was announced this week, and then the Seco comp. Great atmosphere here, really exciting final. Michaela Kierch winning for the women. What did you make of the women's field?
I mean, I think it was very similar. I mean, it was set really well. There was that same kind of photo finish. So I mean, like, all of the athletes did an amazing job. They all really went for it, which is not easy when you're climbing, 55 feet over the water, right? It's easy to like hold back a little, and I think. I mean, one of the really tricky things is, like, from a competitor's perspective, for myself at least, is staying focused and precise while having this like little bit of time pressure.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to get sloppy or panic a little bit and all of a sudden lose your technique. So that's kind of the cool thing. You have to climb well and of course fast. So I think it's a pretty good formula to show our sport to the world, and I think it's got a bright future.
That's awesome, Chris. Thank you so much.
Cool.
It was always a real pleasure to watch you climb, and thanks for coming and
great
joining
to see
us.
you guys.
Thanks
Always.
so
Chris.
much.
Thanks for all you've done, Chris.
Of course, We'll see you guys next year.
All right,
cheers.
for sure.
Excellent.
Take care.
All right, big thanks to Chris Sharma for stopping by, giving us his thoughts on the events tonight.
That's right. I mean, he is the one responsible, really, for bringing this here.
All right. Wow, we're just trying to catch our breath here, Chris. We started a few hours ago after a little bit of a rain delay, and as usual, the comp just gets going, and it's over before you know it. Michaela Kierch coming out on top of the women, a super strong performance. Like Chris said, she had to be so dialed in and execute so perfectly, and Michaela did just that to win it for the women, and then Jan Hojer for the men. But we're trying to pull away from the poolside area and get some thoughts from him before we go off the air here. We will have awards as well coming up. Pretty interesting trophy that they're giving out this year. Really cool artistic design, so something for the competitors to look forward to taking home for Jan and Michaela.
Yep. I think what Chris brought up was interesting, the Olympics, because in my view, I think having the Psicobloc format for the Olympics would probably be the best. It's just so much fun to watch, and it does combine, in a way, bouldering, lead climbing, sort of, even though there's no rope.
Yeah.
And certainly speed. That's not happening, but hey, we can still all celebrate that we made it to the Olympics. That's just awesome. And it's cool how Chris Sharma's vision is to also include Psicobloc as part of the world of climbing. I mean, we have the bouldering already, we have the lead, we have the speed, and Psicobloc really is its own thing, and it's going to move on to other venues in the world.
Well, I mean, that's the beauty of climbing. There's a space for everybody. Everybody has their different interests in climbing. There's a space for everybody to enjoy climbing as they see it. And the competition varieties kind of reflect that. If you're into speed climbing, sport climbing, bouldering, you can kind of choose your path in life. And, a few times in Europe and things like that.
Yeah, most of the people who excel, but they have real rock experience, which is almost irrelevant in most other competitions. But in this one, it actually seems to come into play.
And speaking of one of those well-rounded climbers, as excellent in competition and outdoors, is Jan Hojer, our men's champion for this year. Jan, welcome to the booth here. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's great to see you in here, and it was so fun to watch you on every single round. Tell us what it was like.
Well, the route's pretty hard, so after I flashed it yesterday, I got super pumped on my second go, so I wasn't sure if I have it in me to do it 4 times a day. And Nathaniel really challenged me in the final round. Like, I know. It was a really close win. I just saw pictures of us reaching for the lip and I was half a hand in front or whatever. So he really challenged me and I had to try super hard to come away with this victory.
That was an amazing thing to watch. What prepared you to win here tonight?
I think in order to be prepared, it's important to be good at both bouldering and lead climbing, and both Nathaniel and I both have experience in lead World Cups and bouldering World Cups, because you have to be strong enough and athletic enough to do the moves like the fastest way, and you need a bit of endurance to top the route and do it 4 times a day.
Wow. Yeah. God, what just an amazing skill set that's required.
Yeah, so this is your second Psicobloc win. Is this going to become a habit for you winning these comps?
Sorry?
Is this going to become a habit for you winning these deep water soloing comps?
Yeah.
We can
no, well, as you've just seen, Nathaniel was so close to go home with the gold medal, and I'm really happy that it's my second win in the row, and I'm psyched to go to Milano this year if they I don't know, somehow string together the event like for a second year in a row, and I hope to go for the triple and get 3 gold in 3 competitions.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll be great to see. Well, congratulations on your victory, and it's great to see you out here. Thanks for coming out.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jan. Great show.
Thanks.
Great to meet you.
Yeah, congratulations to Jan Hojer, men's champion here at the 2016 Psicobloc Masters, putting on an incredible performance. And as he noted there, Chris, he actually didn't fall the entire competition.
Good point.
Which none of the other men can say, because Nathaniel fell on his last attempt there. Just an incredible finish for the men. Jan and Nathaniel neck and neck until Nathaniel fell just at the last second. Jan slam dunking the finish for an authoritative victory.
Yeah, that was, like Sharma said, a photo finish. Yeah, it was amazing.
We are just getting ready for our award presentation.
Oh yeah, look at this.
It's going to be a unique presentation this year. Actually getting one of the boats that was moored on the side of the pool out into the water for the presentation. Be interesting to see how this is actually going to work.
I wonder if this is the first time in America they've ever done an award ceremony on a boat.
I'm going to go, yeah. See them getting in position here.
Bringing it front row, poolside, baby.
And while we wait for that, Chris, I have to say a big thank you to the staff here at the pool. They've been super helpful all weekend, especially the lifeguards and EMTs that are on staff here, in position just in case anything happens with the climbers. Thankfully, everybody stayed safe tonight.
We did not require the assistance of the on-site scuba diver, thankfully.
It's always a good sign when the lifeguards stay dry.
I'm sorry. Do you know where they were? I was drunk. On the boat? No!
Getting the boat in position here for the award ceremony. This is interesting. I wonder if they're doing a comp for pulling the boat by hand.
Well, Michaela Kierch was just over here. She didn't sound too excited about getting on a boat right now.
Having finally just dried off.
Thanks so much for everybody for sticking around. So proud and so thankful for each and every part of this talk. It means the world that you guys came out. It means the world that you're saying. All right, as an added little bonus, our good buddy, Miguel Rivera and Damian Breyer, are going to join the boat with us, and Stephen Jeffrey. There are setters that made all this possible.
Well, a lot of folks are actually starting to trickle out of the Utah Olympic Park, but the ones who are staying are just getting rowdier, Brian.
That's how it tends to go here, Chris. Closer it gets to midnight.
Yep.
Things start to get weird. Like All right, we are ready for our awards. Let's go to our house MC, Ander Rockstead. Take it away, Ander.
Arriba! Venga, Donnie. All right. Those are our setters. Let's give it up for those setters. Woo! Made all this possible. Stephen Jeffries helping out. We flew in 2 Spanish stallions. What's that? All right, all right. We're going to build up these awards. Once again, those are made by a local artist. These are custom. He welded up little walls, little glass hanging climbers. Always everything thought out through here at Psicobloc. You couldn't ask for anything better, right? Yeah, get up here, Tim. We've been having fun all night. Tim Emmett here, always having a party with me, giving me someone to banter with so I don't just yell at everybody.
Hey, this really is the party boat.
Yeah.
I like it.
We're on a boat. We're on a boat with Miguel. We're on the boat with Danny, Steven. We're building up some awards.
Hey,
all right. So Danny Andrada, one of our route setters that we flew in from Spain, he's got to be probably the most prolific sport climbing first ascensionist of all time. I mean, thousands and thousands and thousands of 13B8As and harder. He's put Spain on the sport climbing map that it is right now. So when everybody's doing their Spain trip, basically they got Danny to thank for it. Then we got Miguel, total visionary and bringing Psicobloc climbing. He's from Mallorca. He's from the epicenter. We brought him in to help us set these routes, divide the field literally perfectly. You couldn't have asked for something better. Brought our Spanish stallions, and of course, we brought in none other than the legendary local setter, Stephen Jeffries. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better power team than that, and they did exactly that. They literally delivered the perfect routes that divided the field in the perfect way that gave you a running show until the last second. So big ups to those guys. We're going to let them do the honorary presentation to our winners, Jan, Hojer, and Michaela. So let's get them up here. Whenever they feel like it, that is. Man, the amount of work these dudes did. Michaela, come on over. Let's get you on the boat. Get that girl on the boat. Yeah, she's already scared of the water. We made her jump off many times. Now we got her hanging out on the boat. All right, who wants to give her the trophy? Where's our women? Oh, Miguel, ever the ladies' man. He's going to give out the ladies' trophy. We're going to put it back together. This thing is cool. We're going to help this girl pay for her tuition for college. We're giving her a trophy. She put it up a heck of a performance tonight for us. So how cool is that? Give it up for Michaela. Give it up for Michaela. As with custom art, it needs to be treated with tender love and care. All right. All right, awesome. Jan, where are you at? Where's Jan Hojer? There he is. Yeah, oh, super fragile. Nice one, Jan. Super rad. We got a super rad trophy for you from none other than climbing legend Danny Andrada. Flew out here from Spain. Just the definition of fanatico. Put Spain on the sport climbing map. It is literally an honor to stand next to this guy. All right, let's give it up for Jan Hojer, your men's champion. He came and he stole our money, but wait, we love him anyways. Nice one. All right, you guys have been a fabulous crowd. Thank you so much for making 2016 Psicobloc Masters one for the books, one to be remembered. Last year we got rained out. This year we took it to the next level. You can only imagine what we're thinking for next year. Thank you so much to Mountain Hardware for helping us put this on, for the Utah Olympic Park for giving us literally the perfect venue to do such an activity. And for Walltopia for erecting this wall in no time. And it's going to be open to the public. So come up, have a blast. Danny's
All right, Chris Widener, that's going to do it for another year of the Psicobloc Masters. As always, an interesting and exciting night. Never know what you're going to see at the PsychoComp.
That's right, Brian. You never know. Jimmy Webb was out for the men early on. Jan Hojer, new to this comp here in the States, took the men's title.
And Michaela Kierch taking it wire to wire for the women. Congratulations to all the competitors, especially our two champions. And with that, we're going to sign off for the evening. Big thank you to the Utah Olympic Park, all the sponsors, workers, everybody that helped put this event on, the entire Louder Than 11 crew. You guys are the best. Wow. What a night, Chris.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, everybody, for tuning in at home. We will see you next time. Good night.
Good night.